Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario, as we get another weekend underway. And we've got some warmer temperatures. Sun's been shining throughout the day after we got some pretty nasty weather overnight, but things have cleared up. The 2-year-olds got over the track just fine this morning in a slew of baby races. More to come tomorrow morning as well, as those rookies continue to prepare for their debuts. We'll see some debuting tonight as part of our 11-race card. 21 Celsius out there, 72 Fahrenheit. Just a nice little breeze from the southwest at 8 kilometers an hour. We're on a fast track. Let's get you caught up with tonight's program changes. The opener starts the early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. No changes in race number 1. In race 2, number 2, My Girl Friday is going to add blinkers. Open to blinkers on 2, My Girl Friday. Early pick 4 starts in the 3rd, no changes. Pick 6 underway in race number 4, all clear there. Race 5, no changes. Tonight's 6th race to kick off our late pick 5. We've got a scratch due to sickness of 4 McMira. Take out the 4 McMira, scratch sick. Number 7 MC will go aluminum to flip-flops up front. Aluminum to flip-flops up front on the 7. And number 9, Laney Blue, will go steel to flip-flops up front. Steel to flip-flops on the front of number 9, Laney Blue. Race 7, no changes. Race number 8 to kick off the late pick 4. Number 1, Wicked Pace. Blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on the 1, Wicked Pace. The 5, Faded Fire. Blinkers to blind. Blinkers to blind on the 5. 9th race, feature event, leg 2 in the OSS Gold for the Thrill Pacing fillies. No show wagering. No changes other than that. Race number 10, number 8, Swift Talker. Make the driver Bob McClure. Bob McClure is driving number 8, Swift Talker in race 10. And in our high five finale, carryover's grown to more than $48,000. No changes in the race. So just a handful of notes so far on this Friday 11 pack, coming your way in about 42 minutes time. Sit tight. It's Woodbine Racing Live up next.
Campbell still the best. 19 in a row. Campbell. Out of the wire. Amity Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Some reach somewhere.
Motivated, I'm focused.
There, Rafael Pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. PCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated, I'm focused.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside the studio. Chad Rosema here to host the action on a Friday night. Normally, this is our night where we get back to work. However, we introduced our summer schedule yesterday with our first Thursday program of the season. Thanks for joining us on that. We'll have Thursday racing continuing throughout the summer months to go along with the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Of course, first post at 6:30. Here in studio tonight alongside me, Greg Blanchard. Good to see him again. It's been a while since we've been out to work together. Always nice to see you, buddy. How are you?
Too long. Great to be back.
Yeah, and I know you, especially being a big part of the raceway in London and horse racing in general and the business, some great news that we kind of heard rumblings. We knew it was going to happen. We were just waiting to see where it was going to go. But additional funding for the horse racing industry.
Yeah, big shot in the arm for Ontario. The news announced yesterday, $35 million, and it's really going to touch a lot of different aspects of the industry. But bottom line, it should really bolster the purse structure at racetracks across the province, and that's something that's been needed. It's been flat for several years, and I think the trickle-down effect is going to be fun to see as well, and it's going to help support all aspects of the industry. So it's going to, I think, bring Ontario back up to more competitive stature in North America. It's a long-time leader in terms of jurisdictions across North America. And in recent years, other jurisdictions have been able to catch up, and that's a good thing overall for the industry. But I think for us here in Ontario, it's a time to be excited, and it's going to give the industry a lot of needed stability over the next 5 to 10 year window.
Yeah, and hopefully just helps us continue to grow the product and make it even stronger. Again, especially from a wagering standpoint. And, you talk about the boost to the purses. It's been many, many years now that our dollar's been very poor, versus the U.S. dollar. Depending on what day of the week it is, you're looking at 40% basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's nice to have those purses bumped up. We might have some numbers that look the same as what they are, but when you factor in the exchange, this is going to help.
Oh, you're right. Flat purses, a struggling dollar, and it's a recipe for a lot of horses to leave the province, and not many coming the other way. So, this is going to go a long way to changing.
It's over 5 years. Is that what the agreement is? 35 million over 5 years?
Yeah, it's part of the new 5-year extension. So,
yeah.
Details, we don't know the full scope of the details, but by all accounts, everything I've heard, it's again going to touch all aspects of the business. So, everybody should get a boost. A lot of moving parts. As you know, it's a big industry in Ontario. You've got 3 breeds, and it's a big industry to support. But primarily, it's good for horse people and keeping jobs in the industry, and especially for the province.
Yeah, and is this in effect, when does this go right into effect?
It'll be, we'll hear details, I'm sure, in the coming days.
Okay.
But, this is something that'll be in effect right away. I know I'm excited in London, that from what I'm hearing, the purses are going to look like this fall when we go back. It's going to be quite a bump over what we've seen the last few years. And again, long overdue. It's been about 12 years of flat purses. And so I'm very happy for the horse people, first and foremost. But it'll be good for the entire industry, including the yearling sale. And, as we look forward to 2-year-olds coming out now, a lot of excitement there. I'm already excited to see, the impact this will have, the positive impact on what's a really strong catalog this year in London.
Yeah, and I know you obviously a big part of the primetime racing coverage of the 2-year-olds, so you're getting first-hand look at a lot of these 2-year-olds out there. Some that you were maybe looking at debuting last night, because we had a great Thursday program last night getting underway. 4 2-year-old races. We had 3 grassroots for the 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters as well. Kyle Fellows sent out 3 winners last night. James McDonald drove 3. I think Doug McNair had a couple of wins on the program. All of those gentlemen I just mentioned, they were all involved in some of that 2-year-old success as well. So let's recap what took place last night. We'll start with our 2-year-olds on the program. And, right off the bat, it was, 2 significant scratches. And only a couple of minutes before post time as well, they were both unfortunately scratched out there after post parade due to some lameness issues. But I'm not sure it would have mattered with Twinbee Girl Talk. James did a nice job, teaching her, being patient in there, and then finding the line. He seems to be measured with that sometimes. And Twinbee Girl Talk, I thought was pretty impressive here up in time, and 53 and change too.
Yeah, 53-2, an early national seasons record, and came from a long way back to do it. And I think what's amazing is that 53-2, first career start, and didn't win by a whole lot. Just needed every inch of the stretch to get up and win it. So a bang photo there, and again, a lot of nice fillies emerging early on in this group, and we've been tracking them from week to week, and this was really a step up from what we saw in the qualifiers from her as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Selectively Sweet went down the road. As we see many times, especially in the initial 2-year-old race, it's kind of tepid fractions early, and then a sprint for home. And she was able to out-sprint our Rosie, who got to ride the pocket. But Borth looks pretty comfortable here in the bike still.
He did, and that I think is telling. Again, this is one that made a real nice splash here last night. Big strapping filly, and the horse in behind her was highly regarded going into last night, and had the dream trip, and could not get by the wheel. This is a filly that looks like she's maybe something a little bit special.
And I think this is one that's probably got Scott McEnany and his team pretty excited. Randy was talking about it last night. He had been trying to find, a sibling to Twinbee Archie, but at the price point, just wasn't able to get in. Found a nice one at your local London sale for $55,000. Some good breeding. First crop at King of the North. 2 great qualifiers, and this was a very professional-looking debut, I thought.
Yeah, and it's early days, Chad, but and maybe too early to say $55,000 could be a big bargain. But I think it's going to be. This daughter King of the North, and look at her on the run out, ears up, and
just many winners for King of the North.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Looks like she could go around again, and perfect so far. 2 for 2 in qualifiers, 58-1. Really, really nice debut.
Yeah, Charlotte Cattle was one that was impressive to me in the qualifier, especially the first one. The next one, there was a long gone winner, and James, I thought, was just patient. She, was going slow up front. Doug took the opportunity, sprinted ahead with Queued Up, and then it turned into a final quarter sprint, and Doug held on with Queued Up, another Cattle Wash filly, but Charlotte Cattle was good, and Twinbee Copacabana up the inside for third was very good too.
Yeah, sneaky good, as they say. One to watch for next time out. So, yeah, I give high marks to all of the top 3. But this filly Queued Up, what a high turn of speed she showed in that ambush move to the lead on the last turn.
Yep.
And then it looked like she might get tired and picked off in the stretch, but she fought gamely.
Yeah, no, she did. There was some nice fillies coming out of there. Twinbee Copacabana, I think she was 26 flat on the end of it up the inside, so pretty good. We had 3 divisions of the grassroots, as I mentioned, for the Thrill Colt and Gelding Trotters. Mark McDonald benefited with a nice pocket trip, toss to the dice, and was able to convert that into a victory. And Mark's been a nice match for this one.
Yeah, this Archangel's just getting better with every start, it appears. Had sort of been building up to this kind of an effort. Things go ideally in the trip department, thanks to Mr. McDonald, and the trotter knew exactly what to do with it. 53 record, brand new speed badge, and I think there's more in the tank there for that guy.
And how about Stonebridge Wings? For Marcel Berriot, unraced at 2. I think he was like a $115,000 yearling, so they shelled out some good money for him. Didn't race at 2. This is only his 4th career start and his debut in the OSS. And they go grassroots, but 53-3. Whether you say, let's stay here where we can be one of the top guys, if not the top one, or, do you say, well, maybe we do test the Gold Waters?
Yeah, it's definitely right on the bubble now, and we'll have them thinking about that for sure. One that I believe only qualified last year. I don't think he...
Yeah, maybe qualified, but never raced. It was his 4th career start last night.
Yeah, made a miscue, I believe, and, they just didn't get off on the right foot for whatever at age 2, so they just said, you know what, let's put him away, and looks like it's going to pay dividends. One that I think is going to continue to progress. Really like the way he wanted to get his nose to the wire first.
Yeah, and then this was one I know Randy, I'm pretty sure he had this one on top last night. Maize and Blue had a 2-race win streak. You get McNair, you get Fellows, and despite all of those, checking the boxes, you still got, I think, 5-2 price. And Maize and Blue had to, fend off some horses late, but digs in gamely.
Yeah, again, another one, not as flashy maybe a win as we saw in the other division, but a gritty win, a gutsy win, and that's what you like to see. They had dead aim on this one and could not get by in that long Mohawk stretch.
Yeah, 53.
Nice group overall this year. Really nice.
It really doesn't seem all that long ago when we were saying that, the Thrill Colt Trotters are winning the golds in 54. Now we're talking the grassroots winning in 53, or, we had odds on Bullfrog the other night in the grassroots go 49 and 3. So just how it is now.
Yeah, absolutely. They can all go fast,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And what separates the gold from the grassroots now is just that intangible, what they have inside, what they have between the ears, what they have, in the heart department, and so yeah, it's fun to watch them, and as the year goes on, and they get more battle tested, that's when the real stars emerge.
We do have a gold later tonight that we'll be talking about in our race coverage in a few moments, but we are going to look ahead to tomorrow. Randy and I were teasing this yesterday. Bojangles back into the mix, and it's just one division. I don't expect it to be any different throughout the season. I'm not sure how many more times he will test the Gold Waters. I guess it depends on his schedule, but we know he's going to have some out-of-town stuff, so he might be forced to miss some, but... if you get another win in here, you're going to be, sitting pretty as far as the super final goes later in the fall. But he headlines the group of 7 in here. And I'm just not sure, that anybody's, I'm pretty confident nobody's in the OSS has closed the gap on him. You know?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. Didn't see anything over the Pepsi NA Cup that would indicate that.
Yeah.
To me, but you know, is the horse's confidence bruised? You know, how's he going to react to that? I have full confidence he'll bounce back and win. It's nice in terms of scheduling that he's got that start to get him ready, hopefully for a trip to the Meadowlands and the pace. You know, the conqueror of Bojangles, odds on Mr. Mamba, he's back in action tonight at Hoosier Park.
Yep, that's
in
right.
Indiana. Sire Stakes there. So, yeah, we certainly look forward to that meeting in a couple of weeks. But I think a lot of people are just going to be looking forward to seeing Bo back in action here tomorrow night. How does he rebound from his first bit of adversity in his career?
Yeah, no, I think we're all pretty confident he'll be just fine, you know, tomorrow and get himself feeling good again. Because word on the street is after he did lose that first week, he was a little angry about it. Bojangles himself was. So, you know, get back on track.
You know, and you and I were talking a little bit, but I mean, what was your assessment of his performance in the Elimin final?
I mean, to me, I thought it was fine. You know, Randy and I touched on this a little bit yesterday. Yeah, he lost, and we've just become so accustomed to seeing him win. But, you know, at the same time, he still raced well. We know what happened in the Elim, got hung out a bit, you know, and that would have obviously stretched him. He had been off a couple of weeks, but then in the final, I thought he got a perfect drive. I thought physically he looked good, you know, to me out there. But those are also two really good colts that just finished ahead of him.
Yep.
You know, he wasn't beat by 6 or 7 lengths. No. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
The one thing I did like when I watched a replay a couple of days later. It had the drone shot from behind, so followed the horses down the stretch.
Yeah.
And you could see them all the way on the run out through the first turn for almost another quarter of a mile. And what I liked when I watched that is that after the wire and going into the turn, he was back on top and still pacing hard at that point. So, yeah, it almost had the appearance that, you know, he didn't know that the race was over, that he'd been beat, and maybe he did, and he was mad about it, as you say, and wanted to re-engage. So at least that, you know, that's a positive going forward. And, yeah, it adds a whole other element to the season. I wouldn't have thought we'd be here talking about him in these terms, but now he goes to the Meadowlands pace, and now you're wondering or hoping, will he be able to come back and do something special down there?
Listen, there's pros and cons to it both ways, or people will make cases for it. If he's undefeated, you know, it's fun for racing, but some, you know, will play devil's advocate and be like, well, I don't want to see a horse dominate all the time. Yeah. This obviously shows that the division's deeper than maybe we thought or some thought in here, and that could just mean that we've got a heck of a summer of racing coming up and into the fall with these colts, and maybe somebody else even steps up that necessarily wasn't here for any Cup.
Yep. Yeah, right? Absolutely. Usually happens. So,
yeah,
you know, a big test for him now. The first time we'll see him away from home in a couple of weeks. And again, you know, some of them go down there and they step up and do something special. I think back to Bulldog Hanover, right? Legendary Hanover kind of did the same thing. Mm-hmm. They get down there in the New Jersey air, and that's a fast piece of dirt at that time of year.
Really good, yeah. You don't even hear them at times, you know. Yeah. So looking forward to that. So we've got Bo tomorrow. We've got a gold tonight for the 3-year-old filly Pacers, amongst a bunch of 2-year-old races again. So we're going to dive in. I know Greg's got some replays he wants to dial up here. So let's get into race number 1, early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. We do start with 2-year-old trotters in here. A group of 9 in this spot. We do have Arm & Hammer and Rowan with Evan, who both have some parimutuel experience. And I'll continue to say this, that, you know, so many times you'll see just a dramatic improvement from start 1 to start 2, you know, for 2-year-olds. So, you know, sometimes it's an advantage for them. If they have a start, I don't know if that'll be the case in here. Grand Manalishi, though, is the one getting the play. And, you know, when you think of young trotters being developed, and, you know, somebody said to you, well, let's rhyme off, you know, a conditioner that you really respect in developing young trotters. Dustin Jones has to come, you know, into that conversation somewhere.
Yeah, he's in that upper echelon, for
yeah,
sure, right? Yeah, he's developed many world-class horses and continues to do so. And Grand Manalishi took a little bit of a different approach. Many of these face the starting gate at least twice in baby races. As you said, a lot of them First time was just the experience. Second time out, they step up their speed a little bit in preparation for the debut. But this one was ready to go, and I mean, showed it in that baby race. And we're going to take a look back at that now. Green Manalishi on this day went to the front, took no prisoners, and demonstrated that was ready for a 58 mile. At this point, easily the fastest 2-year-old trotter in Canada. That's been surpassed now in pari-mutuel action here last evening. But this was an eye catcher. Look at the body language on Tyler Jones here coming to the end.
Well, and I think, again, Dustin might be the type that maybe would normally have 2 qualifiers, but maybe says, well, we're fine,
Yeah, why take another race out of them?
We're gonna be just fine. Like, he looks like he's got a big barrel on him, well built in in here and kicking home with ease. And then again, you were talking about Bojangles there. I love the run out in races, especially the qualifiers.
Absolutely.
It can tell you a lot,
Big time.
Yeah, whether it's some of these young horses maybe going off stride shortly after into that turn or something that's going to stick with them, or who's powering up. And
the thing I liked about this guy, he's all trot.
Yep.
Like, I mean, picture perfect. He looks like he's really well hung up and ultra professional in there. There were no anxious moments whatsoever. There was never a point in that qualifier where you kind of closed your eyes and wondered if he was maybe going to roll off stride, which you do see with a lot of the rookie trotters, at least in the early stages.
Yep.
None of that with this guy.
Yeah, so Grand Manalishi will be a popular play here in the opener. There'll be some others that get some play. When we look at lineage too here, the King of the North, so you've got a couple of King of the Norths right in the center out of some pretty good mares. Win Missy B, I mean, she made nearly 1-6. Royal Witch, that Ben Bergeron campaigned. I think this one's a brother to Social Wizard. Is it Social Wizard out of Royal Witch?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or another one. But anyway, Royal Witch was all made $345,000. This one's come along, pretty well. And we were also talking last night about barns that generally have them ready to go at first ask. Greg McNair, Kyle Fellows showing that last night, and things of that nature. But Grand Manalishi does certainly look pretty good coming into this.
Yeah, you're right.
Start.
And a thought on McNair. I mean, Greg McNair, annually, always one of the best, barns in the provincial program for sure. But he's got a lot of Grand Circuit looking caliber youngsters that we've seen unveiled this year. So I would say, at least at this point coming into the season, we'll see how it plays out. But he has as good a looking stable as I have ever seen from him. And he was a pretty dominant force throughout the first 3 weekends of the baby races.
Over to race number 2 we go. We get not much, there's a 3 here for the fillies and mares, 5 and under, or 51,000 lifetime. The Ontario Sire getting a little bit more. And speaking of Team McNair, they've got the regally bred Romantic Beauty for Mr. Averett. This this family bloodline, just goes on, and it looks like Jim Averett will hang on to the fillies, sell the colts at the sale, and do well with both, because you're just going to kind of keep pumping them out, right, with his breeding operation. But Romantic Beauty for her, that might have been a nice wake up for her last time. She was really solid.
Really solid. That's exactly how I would put it. And the thing with her, I mean, I don't think she's going to, she's now well into her 3-year-old campaign. I don't anticipate her, ending her career with $2 or $3 million on her card like some of her famous siblings. But what she is going to be, I think, is some form of stakes competitor here, and they'll already be thinking, I'm sure, about down the road with her as well, and she'll be likely part of the broodmare band going forward there. But you're right. I thought that was a real nice step for her last time out, probably as solid as she's looked. She's been a little bit faster before, but just the demeanor of the horse I thought was better last time.
Yeah, confident too, right? Confident. The way she was powering home, maybe not letting up at all. But a bet's a bet. This was one when she qualified down, and like Scott Young was driving her in 2-year-old baby races. She was looking like she might, put together a real nice campaign, and it was okay. One-time winner, 40-some-odd thousand plus. But right now, she seems to be finding her groove, and I don't know what has maybe changed with her, what's been turned around. But right now, she's just feeling good about herself.
Yeah, her last 3 were excellent. She's going to be inside, leaving right in amongst the contenders or major contenders in this race. So between a bet's a bet, Romantic Beauty, Horse with the Plan, the horse that I landed on in my top spot, love the way she was a powerful winner last time out too. You're kind of splitting hairs between those three. It'll come down to whatever driver can trip their horse out the best.
Yeah, and some of these likely just preparing for the next grassroots, right? Yeah, keeping in shape for that. All right, over to race number 3 early. Pick 4 gets underway here with more 2-year-olds. Colton Geldings on the pace. We've got a group of 8 that are going to line up here. Yes, I Am Hanover, a Bulldog Hanover Colt. Again, there's the McNair team. Brad Grant owning this one. You Are My Candy Girl. That was one of Louis Waugh's biggest wins early in his career, if not his biggest.
Yeah, you're right.
Was it the She's a Great Lady that she won?
Yeah, you're right.
Here now,
great
as good as she's been, she hasn't been able to produce anything just yet, but it's still early. And Yes, I Am Hanover right now, looking pretty good. What do you think of that latest prep?
This is a good-looking group. I'm excited to watch these guys in their first overnight event here tonight. So that was the benefit of, you're right, covering the baby races on the Rookie Showcase over 3 weekends, watching these horses, in most cases a couple of times. And Yes, I Am Hanover really made a statement in that last win. It's the eye test for me, and boy did he look good, and especially at the end of the mile, absolutely full of himself. So I think we're looking at a colt that's got gold written all over him, and we'll see tonight. But Go Gadget really turned heads, and kind of surprised us in week 1. We just didn't see him coming. He's a betting line with a pedigree doesn't immediately jump off the page at you. So in week 1, he kind of went out there. We watched him really turn heads, and then he was able to duplicate here. In week 1, he rallied from off the pace with a wide move on the last turn, and he exploded by horses. Here, Jonathan elected to sit in with him, and I really like this.
I like the approach.
It took just a different tactic and said, you know what, we're going to teach this guy something. And I mean, the horse wants to roll here, but JD, he can still manage him, but boy, this horse wants to roll. That's what I love about him. He is all racehorse. A little bit of a skip there, but I think that was just him switching gears. This is a high-speed colt. Look at him in here. JD still has the bit in his mouth.
He's reaching,
Absolutely. Like he's all business. He's got a real quick turn of foot. So, he was 2 for 2, did absolutely nothing wrong. And again, I reiterate, I like the different approach both times. Handled differently, got a learning experience out of both of them, and showed us both times that he's got the talent to come right here out tonight. And I think he'd be up to a 53-mile tonight the way he's looked.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, there's a good chance when you're seeing some of these colts like Go Gadget, Yes, I Am Hanover, qualifying their latest in 56, and a piece, they're probably ready to go 53, 54, right off the bat, drop those 2 and 3 seconds. And, now you start looking up and down the page and saying, well, who else can do that? And some you're going to think, well, can't. So, maybe it makes your handicapping a little bit easier. In here. But yeah, Go Gadget looks like Kyle Bossens. I would think he's got to be pretty excited about this prospect.
Yeah, for sure. And, Craig Bars and Nurko Sokolovic, longtime partners. They've got the cattle wash colt out of their good producing mare Midnight Jet. They've clicked with that cross so many times, and Stampede was good in winning his second qualifier too. And if there's one that I think could really jump up off the page a little bit, he looked good in the qualifiers, but didn't do anything to really separate himself or jump off the page. Southwind Spino for Anthony Beaton. Wouldn't be shocked to see him step up in a big way.
Yeah, out of a decent mare, made 350, but that's a barn that, again, I count on to have 2-year-olds ready. And it's also, and we saw it last night. Again, setting out that winner in 53 and 2. I think he's got a nice roster, and I'm hearing he's got a pretty nice roster of 2-year-olds too.
Yeah, I've seen them firsthand. And you know what? They're going to be at different stages of their development too.
Yep.
And you said it, a lot can change in a week.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's exactly. Yep. Yeah. And for some of these later on, they're going to be under the lights too for the first time, right? All right, we're going to skip over 4, but just a reminder, it starts tonight's pick 6. We did have a carryover last night that attracted some new money, but did go last night, so we start fresh in there. Over to the 5th race, 2-year-old trotters in this spot. We've got a group of 9, 3-6-0. You have to feel has got maybe the advantage in here because he's got a start. It was a winning start in 58 and 4, where some maybe on the page coming out of qualifiers are ready to go, perhaps that. he's maybe ready to drop, a little bit more off of there. So, he rightfully, I think, is installed as the morning line favorite, and he's probably going to get quite a bit of play in here.
I think he'll be favored. I don't think there's any question about that. And we'll see. But I think others could surprise him in here. I think he's going to have to go another second faster at least tonight, because I just suspect that some of these others will be able to contend and push him, in a 57-mile here tonight. And among them is Honcho, who leaves just inside of him from post 2. 2 qualifiers for this one for Team McNair. And what a difference from week 1 to week 2. First time just kind of went around, finished up with a little bit of trot at the end in 29-2, and then dropped more than 4 seconds in week 2 and winning really impressively from a pocket trip. The son of Green Shoe, quick turn of foot as well.
Yeah, 59 in there. So, again, could be ready to go 57 right off the bat, if maybe not even a tick little quicker. Mark will drive tonight, though, because Doug's going to stick to 360. But we're having to look back at Honcho. This is the winning effort. Again, 28-4 on the end of it. And, Doug McNair, not that we need to pump his tires, but he gets so much experience on young horses, too, over the years, and he does such a great job teaching them, too, out there.
He does, and on the last turn, you saw him gap just a little bit there. Just let the horse tighten in on his own, shows him some racetrack here, and really effortless in the late stages to win it. So there's another second or two in the back pocket with that guy.
Yeah, Aaronwood Cosmo on the outside. I know you guys were talking him up quite a bit in that first debut race, because he made that professional-looking move. I think Gino was wide on the last turn, and Scott had to just kind of, pull this guy over, and he went around them, with ease and just finishing strongly.
You didn't expect it.
No.
At that point. Usually they want to stay to the inside. You don't want to, make a 3-4 wide move on the turn in a baby race, but just the circumstances dictated that he did. And when he went to the outside, the horse just trotted off and went around them effortlessly, finished up with a big bow in his neck. So for week 2, the second time out, you were, excited to see, well, what's he going to be able to do here for an encore. He looked good. He won again, but it didn't shave anything off of his time department, and he wasn't as strong over the final quarter of the race, but he used a vastly different tactic. He went to the front.
Yep.
Maybe he was just looking for some company. I'm not sure. So this is one that I'm really intrigued to watch tonight. Unfortunately, he's saddled with the outside post.
Yeah, and I just don't know how aggressive you can be.
Right.
It might be one of those instances where you're going to be at the back and then just, calling on him to finish strong in here. I spoke to Scott Young after the latest qualifier and just said, what are your thoughts? He's high on this horse, as is Jeff Williams. It is a pretty good family. I think Peaceful Way's on the third dam side, if I'm not mistaken. But Scott said that, he wasn't worried about the time because they feel pretty confident where they think he can go already. But on the front in that second qualifier, he said, I kind of let him, go to sleep a bit. And he said he's not a real big horse. We can see that. He's not very big at all. But it was pretty windy in their face turning for home. And when it kind of hit him, he dropped the bit a bit. But he said what impressed him was that just as soon as, Tyler, I think it was Tyler Moore was closing at him with Detonator. I think it is Detonator Hanover maybe. And he just said that, he was happy because as soon as he just sort of chirped at him, then he picked the bit back up.
That's the one thing I was going to say. This colt, the one thing he is absolutely push button.
Yeah.
Like he drives like a Cadillac for a 2-year-old trotter. He's got just a perfectly flawless gait to him, really economical, little guy, but quick, and looks like, it'd be hard pressed to have him make a mistake out there. So that's going to be a big weapon. So I think Scott tonight, you're right. I wouldn't see him being really aggressive off the gate, but maybe just let him float out. And if a couple of others make a mistake, he could suddenly find himself, in a decent spot. And with the closing kick we saw his first time out, you never know.
Yeah, if you're a young trotter with a good gait, you can make a lot of money.
Big time.
In your 2-year-old year, that's for sure. We're going to skip over 6. That starts the late pick 5, race 7, our final 2-year-old event of the night. 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. We've got a field of 8 in this spot. Call sign Maverick on the outside. We know call sign Rooster the older brother that has raced on this circuit. And he's a morning line favorite. Dave Maneri, again, always seems to have his horses ready to roll and generally dropping time. And that could be scary in this guy's instance because he already shows 54-2 when he was second to Shalom Hanover in that latest one. But there's some others that come in here with some very good-looking lines, and yet again, you're going to sound like a broken record here, but you seem to be talking a lot about the McNair horses.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And Call Sign Maverick, let's touch on him first. A lot to like. Both qualifiers were good. Third, first time out, 2 minutes. So shaves 6 seconds off next time out. Doesn't win, though, but a really good second. Followed in, sort of stayed on the helmet, didn't really get too aggressive trying to haul down the winner. I think they were quite happy with where he was going individually on that day. So I think it's obviously easy to see why he'll be first or second choice in here, even with the outside post. But Yankee Scout now, he didn't go as fast in winning his second qualifier, but he's another one that dropped time substantially, and he did it very willingly. And it was his body language that really got me. The son of Bulldog Hanover won with authority. He won in 56-2, but giving me the impression in watching him that it was a walk in the park. So I think there's a lot more under the hood for this son of Bulldog Hanover, and he gets the benefit of leaving mid-gate. So Jonathan Drury's done a nice job with some of these youngsters in the morning. We'll get the call there.
Yeah, James going to the outside. James had a few choices in here, but Jonathan, who works closely with the beaten horses, he'll probably have some good intel and picks up a nice one in here. But C Script is one that you want to show this latest qualifier. It was a winning one, and I think brought along nicely. You get a nice trip where you just sort of stay to the inside in the first outing. Then you drop a couple more seconds next time out, but on top of it, you get the win. And a teaching one still at that, where, he's gapped here, and McNair calls on him, but, the good news is he responds and kicks home strongly here.
Yeah, he did. 27-2.
Yep.
And in a baby race, no matter what the fractions, you're going to take notice, and especially when you go by another colt to win. And that's what he had to do. The horse on the lead here was all fight, and he was sprinting hard to the wire, but C Script determined to get there. And really nice effort, I thought, from this guy. So old sports writer, we don't see as many of them out there, but they still show up. And Team McNair, here's another one that, right now might not be their highest profile 2-year-old, but in 3 or 4 weeks, who knows? That could be the one in the barn that we're talking about. He's done nothing wrong. And again, when you're trying to pick between your top 3 or 4 selections in these kinds of races, at this point it's difficult. You just kind of go with what your eyes told you when you watched the baby races, and again, the connections and their past history in having horses ready to go right off the bat.
And even tonight too, some are going to handle it better than others out there. So use your eyes again out here tonight, right? Our camera crew will do a great job showing these horses hopefully multiple times if time permits, out there. And you can learn a lot about these rookies, especially when we get to this 7th race, as mentioned. Now, suddenly they're going to be out there. The natural light's going to be gone, and they're going to be under the lights for the first time. Yeah. And again, some will handle it better than others.
Absolutely. It's a different experience. And when they were here in the mornings,
yep.
A lot of them first time they're here with that many horses, the equipment on the track, so much going on, so much
a little more bustling in here tonight too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Shadows in the daytime.
People out there on the Yeah, no, for sure. Okay, so looking forward to those 2-year-old races. We're going to skip over 8. Pop-up series continues in there. That's leg number 2, Sensationalized, looking for a repeat. 9th race feature event, $140,000 Ontario Osiris Stakes Gold, leg 2 in the series for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. Some are coming out of the Fan Hanover, where Lua Deepa and Be Perfect BG, still one of my favorite races, I thought it was. On any cup night, that Lua Deepa's a creature, but Be Perfect BG still great in defeat there. And, not to get too sidetracked, but that's another one where maybe this is the next great rivalry, that we're seeing between some great fillies.
Yeah, I think so, right? A Perfect BG last year beating up on New Jersey Sire State competition, so maybe you don't quite get the level of respect, but I think she's earned it now after her effort there. And Lua Deepa really showed me. I mean, we knew she was a great filly, but both efforts in the elimination and the final, opened my eyes to, just how great a filly she is. And unfortunately, it came at the expense of the top Ontario sired fillies who didn't have any luck in the post position draw.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that was a big factor.
Yeah, I mean, a clean deal, third in her limb, and then, she gets the 10 hole in there. But you know what? Although, does it stink that she finished 8th in there? Yeah, but she might be better for it going forward. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to the alternative. Who's to say you don't leave out of there and you get caught up in some wild trip and she's worse for the wear. Whereas in this instance, I think Doug did a nice job with her. She's still finished up strong, and I think she'll come back here just fine tonight. And similar to what we're looking at tomorrow with Bojangles trying to get back into the win column, a clean deal, it will be heavily favored to do just that.
And that's why we wanted to show the replay. When you look at the line, your first instinct is, well, they were overmatched. They weren't factors at all. But again, you're talking two tremendous world-class fillies that are, look every bit as good as any 3-year-old fillies we've seen in recent years. So you just want to kind of look at where they were sitting and how things worked out. Now they're mired at the back, but they keep contact here and into this vicious mile, and all make a pretty good account of themselves at the end. So you're right. They just weren't positioned to make any kind of a threat, and just due to the circumstances and the quality of the field. But they all finished up strong at the end. They had lots of pace at the end. So I expect the big guns to come back.
Too, yeah.
She very much so. That's why we wanted to kind of hone in there. Now, and there's one that will have the benefit, I think, of the trip scenario there. Just kind of stayed inside and got what she could. Ultimately, weren't able to pick up a check, but the individual effort was very good. So I would expect her to not only come back tonight and be a top 3 consideration. I'm going to say that she can challenge potentially. If there's one that could knock off a clean deal tonight, I think Dea might be up to it.
Well, and Dea might be where she draws tonight. Might be an opportunity where Jody says, I'm going to gun out of there with her. Whether you get the front first and force a clean deal to come around, or even if a clean deal leaves out of there and you drop in behind her, I just think there might be a scenario where he's going to be riding the pocket behind a clean deal, and maybe then he does threaten her in the stretch.
Yeah, I think so. It's a good group. Kind of sets up nicely. You've got PNG Shadow, big acid test for her off a nice win at non-winners of 2. Can she, factor for a big prize here tonight? And then. I like the 2 Century Pharaoh fillies, Pondle Bay Bobby, Lavender Sealster. Just 2 really solid, quality 3-year-old fillies, either of which I wouldn't be surprised to sneak into the top 3 here.
Okay, that's the 9th race feature. We're going to skip over 10, more pop-up. Race 11, the High Five finale. We're going to get moving here, so I got to jet upstairs, but a group of 9, and we're going to go right into the replay. And I'm glad you're showing this one. I'm sure this was one that anybody that watched it, last week probably said, oh, okay, next time. That would have been what you wrote on there. Cackleberry. She got bet down last time. It wasn't like she shocked anybody being live, but she was live, and if she gets through any sooner, she probably wins the race.
Yeah, we're going to pick it up here. Turning for home down on the inside 5th. She's easy to pick out. She's a big, good-looking daughter of Cattle Wash here, and having said that, being in tight quarters and trying to stick handle isn't exactly ideal, but she handles it well. And look at the traffic in front of her.
Yeah,
So you got to give her full marks, I think, just for the way she handled that. And then here it is. The seam finally develops just a little bit too late, but she had lots of go. Yeah. So didn't lose. It's good to know that she's got that mental game to her that, she wanted to go and was probably a little frustrated that she couldn't uncork her rally until very late. But when she did, she willingly shot through there and almost got there. But due caution, this filly's had 11 trips behind the gate so far and just 1 win. So
yeah,
you've got to, measure it and just see what the odds board gives you on a filly like
And
her.
there's some going, control your bet. And you're not surprised they're even on Fleek into the mix. But Cackleberry will continue to get a lot of play. All right, I'm going to head upstairs, buddy, but you have fun down here. We'll leave you with some tickets here and plays of the night. Enjoy your night down here.
All right, thank you. Listen, don't rush. Take your time.
I know you can do the post.
I'll do the post spread. Exactly.
Beautiful.
Right? We don't want to have any incidents. Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work. All right, we'll have a look at some ticket ideas that I've mapped out here tonight. So we're going to go with the early pick 5 play. And Grand Manalishi, I'm going to put a lot right on her back right off the bat here. That qualifying effort, the single qualifying effort was so impressive. That 58 and 2 jaunt won easily. Looks to me like this one is absolutely race ready, and that is going to be the horse I go with in here. Race number 2, I'm going 3 deep there. I couldn't really decide a definitive horse to back there, so I am going to use all 3 there in leg number 2. Something I don't really like to do. I like to try and at least eliminate one of those when I have the chance, but I just couldn't tonight, although Horse with a Plan is my top pick in the race. Race number 3, yes, I am. My top pick certainly makes the ticket. I just have a hunch that this one could be something a little bit better than average, but Go Gadget. No way I couldn't use this Little Son of Betting line, who looked so good in both baby races, used a different approach both times. Both were winning efforts and shows a world of talent. Over in the 4th, I've got Glenborough tabbed as my top play, but I had to throw in the Classy Madrid from post 5 as well. And if I can make it through to the final leg of the early pick 5 sequence, I'm going to go 3 deep there. 3 youngsters that all turned in really good baby race efforts. Honcho, who won second time out. We showed the replay earlier off a 2-hole trip. Had all kinds of trot at the end to prevail. Will lose the regular pilot, though, through those baby races. Doug McNair, as he opts to go with 3-6-0 for Team Fellows, and has already guided that one to a pari-mutuel win. So the benefit of that racing experience likely to go a long way for that one. And 7 Treasure King, I've thrown this one in as well. King of the North filly from the Carl Jamieson barn, who did win at first asking, and 2 minutes, trotted a back half in 58 on that first occasion. Second time out, made a move and got the lead, just picked off late in finishing second, but looks well prepared for the pari-mutuel debut here tonight. Going to have a look now at my plays of the night, and I've identified 4 horses that we want to focus in on. Yes, I am Hanover. Going back to that one, race number 3. I'm not sure what kind of a price we will get tonight in the debut, but comes in off an absolutely sparkling qualifying win. Wasn't the fastest on the day, but I think in terms of the eye test, looked as good as any that morning. The drop and pop angle comes for me. Race number 4. I like the 3 Glenborough. I think she's in a perfect spot class-wise and post position-wise in that 4th race. Over in race 7, Yankee Scout, another one for me that was a winner last time in the second baby race. The time was impressive, but the body language even more so. I think this one is absolutely ready for a debut effort and ready to drop a couple of seconds tonight if need be. And my all-in play of the night, we're going over to the 8th race, and it will be your post 3 starter Sensationalize. One that I think is certainly building up to another winning effort here. Last time out, second start for the new barn after a good debut where she showed tremendous back half speed. Even better in winning last time with a 54-1 back half. Good post to work with for Team Cullen, once again at the top of the dash winning standings for trainers in Canada this year. So we are looking forward to it tonight. A lot of 2-year-olds on display. We've got the gold event later on tonight for the 3-year-old filly pacers, part of a great looking program as we welcome you to Woodbine Mohawk Park, post parade of the opener with Chad coming up shortly.
Time to meet the field for race 1. Leading parade, number 1 is Gold Rush King. Louis Waugh drives. Kyle Fellows training for Yolanda Fellows. Blair Corbia Windermere Stable and Mike McAllister. Number 2, Send Me No Flowers, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Ben Béargent for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 3, Grand Manalishi, has Tyler Jones at the controls. Dustin Jones trains for Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Todd Coleman, Zara Jimenez, and Ikari CSL. Here's number 4, Arm & Hammer, with Bob McClure aboard. Paul Reed for Pat Dillon and Patty Hoskin. James McDonald driving the 5, Queen of BS. Matt Bax trains for Brad Grant. Number 6, our Northern Star, driven by Doug McNair, is trained by Greg McNair for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Rebel Moon, the 7. Jody Jameson drives for trainer Carl Jameson. Sarah Anthony and Ellen Ott are the owners. Number 8, Rowan with Evan. Scott Coulter in the bike. Bill Meegans trains for Deb Meegans. And starting on the outside is number 9, Northern Turbo. Travis Cullen in the seat. Jeff Williams trains from Ardon Stables in Dan McIsaac. That's your field for race number 1. 2-year-olds on the trot. Kick things off in a Friday 11 pack. $75,000 guaranteed in tonight's early pick 5. Post time in 5 minutes.
Just a few moments away from kicking off the Friday night program here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And there's a look at Grand Manalishi. And what a proud-looking youngster out on the racetrack here, this 2-year-old son of Green Manalishi. Looked so good in winning his lone baby race here on the June 20th morning, where he stopped the clock in 58-2. So of the first 3 weekends of rookie qualifying action, he was the fastest trotter, and based on that effort, just one trip behind the gate in qualifying action, and then right in for the pari-mutuel debut here tonight. Team Jones looks like they've got this guy coming along just beautifully for the debut here tonight. Dustin co-owns with Todd Coleman and Zara Jimenez of Quebec, and trains, and son Tyler in the driver's seat. He was in the bike for that qualifying win. And what I really liked, aside from the time, obviously, he's got the speed and the talent early on, was just his whole demeanor. This guy is all trot, and after the wire, all the way through the first turn, he was trotting as faster than he was at any other point in that qualifying race. So 8-5, all things considered, I would be happy with that price on Grand Manalishi from what I saw him here in the morning. For me, our Northern Star, second choice in this spot. Trainer Greg McNair, he's got a brigade of good-looking youngsters this year. He was a winner at first asking on June 12th. On the morning of the 20th, made just a little bobble at the start, but recovered quickly and ended up trotting third throughout. Detonator Hanover was the winner on that day, 57-4 with big back half speed. So this guy was kind of a best of the rest on that day. Certainly wouldn't read a whole lot into his individual time. Again, considering the mistake at the beginning of the race, but another one that makes a really good pre-race appearance, and it does look like the first crop of King of the North from what we've seen so far. They're going to make their presence felt here this summer, and our Northern Star, solidly my backup choice in this spot, long as he goes mistake-free here tonight. For third, I've gone to the number 4 Arm & Hammer for the Paul Reed stable. Another barn that's had good success, especially with young trotters here in recent years. And Arm & Hammer, the son of Muscle Mass, good runner-up in the second outing and lowered the time substantially on that day. Post 4, I think really a perfect mid-gate starting spot here. It's going to give Bob McClure some options behind the gate, and Bob certainly would be one of the best on this circuit that you'd want to see sitting up behind a young trotter for their first start. Arm & Hammer, I've got him picked for third, and wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see this one finish up higher than that. And I would say the same scenario for Queen of Bees, the post 5 starter. Just a single effort for this one from the Matt Back stable. Brad Grant owns this daughter of King of the North. James will take over from Matt. Matt himself drove in the qualifier and finished a solid third behind a strong winner in Song from Heaven on that day, and wasn't really trying to go with the winner. Was just kind of rating by herself in the runner-up spot. Eligible to drop a second or maybe 2 here tonight in my estimation. Good-looking group. Our first look at 2-year-old trotters here tonight. Fillies in this event, full field of 9 getting set to go postward. We're going to send upstairs to Chad Rosema. He'll have the call of the first of 11 in a moment.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, starting gate being put in position here. We've got a field of 9 on the trot. 2-year-olds. All but the 4 and 8 are getting their pari-mutuel careers underway. Some with some great breeding in here. Some from that first crop of King of the North. As we saw that one send out its first winner last night. Twin B Kingsley, very sharp-looking winner from the McEnany outfit. Grand Manalishi for Team Jones. One qualifier, but a good-looking one in 58 and 2, well in hand. See Jody's off of the bike here on 7 Rebel Moon. Just taking a peek, I guess. We'll back on, but we do have one ahead of the gate right now, so we'll realign. Good news is, wagering remains open. Included in that is the early pick 5, just shy of the guarantee. Should be well above it when the field is let go at the start. Still a little bit of time to wager. Trotters will be lining up here momentarily. Field now lines up for the first. A group of 9 2-year-old trotters to kick off our Friday program. Welcome to the track, everybody, or if you're tuning in from somewhere around the globe, enjoy the card tonight. Looks like some pretty ideal conditions. All the best if you're playing that early pick 5. Already past the guarantee. We'll continue to climb here in these final few moments. Got 9 trotters at the top of the stretch lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting in the Friday night opener. Everybody gets away cleanly here off of the gate. Down the center, Queen of Bees leaves out of there with Arm & Hammer to that one's inside. Into the top 3 is our Northern Star. Grand Manalishi down along the pylons, 4th. Crossing over for a spot in 5th now is going to be Rebel Moon. A couple lengths in front of Rowan with Evan. That one's followed by Gold Rush King. It's another 2 to Northern Turbo. And then resetting after a break early on, Semino Flowers trails the field. Single file past an opening quarter of 29 and 3. It's McNair and our Northern Star leading nearly 3 into the backstretch in front of Queen of Bees, with Arm and Hammer trotting third, and on the move out of fourth. Here comes 6-5 race favorite Grand Manalishi, and Grand Manalishi sprinting up here after the leaders. It's another break of 3 or 4 to Rebel Moon, who trots fifth, about 5 in front of Gold Rush King. That one's 3 clear of Northern Turbo. Then in the back, Rowan with Evan and Semino Flowers. Halfway home in 59 and 1. Grand Manalishi now leads, opens up a quick 2, now 3 on our Northern Star, with Queen of Bees third. Arm and Hammer trotting fourth in front of Rebel Moon fifth. Sixth one, Gold Rush King. In seventh, it's Northern Turbo, then Rome with Evan and Semino Flowers. Just over a quarter of a mile to go, and Grand Manalishi on top by 3. Our Northern Star trying to stay with the leader in second. Then Queen of Bees another 2 lengths back third in front of Arm and Hammer. And Rebel Moon 3/4 in 128 and 2. It's Grand Manalishi turning for home with a comfortable lead. Our Northern Star trying to close the gap from second. Queen of Bees eyes a rally, starts to angle out. Along the inside is Arm and Hammer. Tyler Jones just chirping at Grand Manalishi, still leads by 3. Here comes Queen of Bees into second. Up the inside, Arm and Hammer. Grand Manalishi a length in front at the end over Queen of Bees, and Arm and Hammer in 1:56 and 3. Three, 5, 4, 6 unofficial. Inquiry signs up, ladies and gentlemen. Please hold all tickets. Could affect the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 6, our Northern Star, who was off stride through the wire. Did he violate any of the braking rules? Was he lapped on? Things of that nature that the judges are going to take a look back at. I'll pass along their decision here momentarily. Good-looking debut here for number 3, Grand Manalishi, who's back in front of us now. 2-year-old bay colt by Green Manalishi is from the Donato Hanover Dam, Grand Canyon. Winning owner is Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Todd Coleman, along with Zara Jimenez and Acre CSL. Dustin Jones trains, and Tyler Jones in the bike for the pari-mutuel debut victory of Grand Manalishi. Home in 1:56 and 3. After review, judges determine number 6, Our Northern Star. Finished 4th, will be placed 5th for being lapped on at the wire by number 7, Rebel Moon, while on a break. Number 6, Our Northern Star, finished 4th, will be placed 5th for being lapped on at the wire while off stride. New numbers will be on the board here momentarily, 3, 5, 4, and 7. Race 1 payouts, number 3, Grand Manalishi, 450, 260, 220. Second, number 5, Queen of Bees, 380, 290. Third, 4, Arm & Hammer, 310. $2 exacta, 15.20. The dollar try, 25.30. $1 superfecta, 61.40. And tonight's early pick 5, rock solid pool of more than $120,000, just shy of $44,000 of live money, carries on to leg 2. Got 9 trotters at the top of the stretch lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting in the Friday night opener. Everybody gets away cleanly here off of the gate. Down the center, Queen of Bees leaves out of there with Arm & Hammer to that one's inside. Into the top 3 is Our Northern Star. Grand Manalishi down along the pylons, 4th. Crossing over for a spot in 5th now is going to be Rebel Moon. A couple lengths in front of Rowan with Evan. That one's followed by Gold Rush King. It's another 2 to Northern Turbo. And then resetting after a break early on, Semino Flowers trails the field. Single file past an opening quarter of 29 and 3. It's McNair and Our Northern Star leading nearly 3 into the backstretch in front of Queen of Bees, with Arm & Hammer trotting 3rd, and on the move out of 4th, here comes 6 to 5 race favorite Grand Manalishi. And Grand Manalishi sprinting up here after the leaders. It's another break of 3 or 4 to Rebel Moon, who trots 5th, about 5 in front of Gold Rush King. That one's 3 clear of Northern Turbo. Then in the back, Rowan with Evan and Semino Flowers. Halfway home in 59 and 1. Grand Manalishi now leads, opens up a quick 2, now 3 on Our Northern Star with Queen of Bees 3rd. Arm & Hammer trotting 4th in front of Rebel Moon 5th.
Sixth one, Gold Rush King. In seventh, it's Northern Turbo, then Rome with Evan and Semino Flowers. Just over a quarter of a mile to go, and Grand Manalishi on top by 3. Our Northern Star trying to stay with the leader in second, then Queen of Bees another 2 lengths back third in front of Arm & Hammer, and Rebel Moon 3/4 in 1:28 and 2. It's Grand Manalishi turning for home with a comfortable lead. Our Northern Star trying to close the gap from second. Queen of Bees eyes a rally, starts to angle out. Along the inside is Arm & Hammer. Tyler Jones just chirping at Grand Manalishi, still leads by 3. Here comes Queen of Bees into second. Up the inside, Arm & Hammer. Grand Manalishi a length in front at the end over Queen of Bees, and Arm & Hammer in 1:56 and 3. Race 1 finish order from the top. It's 6-8-1, 3-2, 4th placed 5th for being lapped on at the wire while off stride. 5th place 4th, 9 and 7 on the bottom. Up next, race number 2, where number 2, My Girl Friday, will go open to blinkers. We're 9 minutes from post time for the second race. New information to pass along in race 11. We've got a late scratch of number 8, Control Your Bet, vet sick. Take out number 8, Control Your Bet, scratch sick from race 11. Let's meet the field for race 2. Number 1 is A Bet's a Bet. Jody Jamieson drives. Jeff Williams training for Mardon Stables, Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, and Al McIntosh Holdings Incorporated. James McDonald in the seat behind 2, My Girl Friday. Tony Beaton trains for Robbie Shepard and a numbered company, Canada Incorporated. Romantic Beauty 3, driven by Doug McNair. Greg McNair trains for Jim Averett Sr. Travis Cullen driving number 4, Horse with a Plan. Jody Cullen trains for the A1 stable, Blair Kidd and John Collins. Number 5 is Naughty Delight, driven by Jonathan Drury. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer and Timothy Hayes. Number 6, Lions I Want a Chip. Scott Coulter the Lions. Ken Oliver trains for 3 Lions Racing. And Paul Davies trains and drives. Number 7, Britta's Best Bet for owner Steve Fudge. That's your group for race 2. Coming up next, post time in 6 minutes.
Our Friday night program now underway in Grand Manalishi, getting it kicked off as an even money choice to start the pick 5. Nice pool. So for those who did back the favorite in that opening leg, good luck the rest of the way here I've got a pretty competitive field overall here in race number 2. Mid-level conditioned event here for the fillies and mares, 5-year-olds and younger. Several of them have been racing in grassroots events recently, including this one, my top pick, Horse with a Plan. I'll take 6-1 all day on this daughter of Better's Delight, who I thought really stepped up last time out. I think it'd been sort of hinting at a race like that in recent starts, but was ultra aggressive, took control of the race, and when she got to the lead last time, it was lights out. So here's a filly that might still have a little bit more improving to do here, and if she can step up at all off of that last race, I don't see any reason she can't contend for the win in here. So 6-1, getting somewhat overlooked here, and inside of her Romantic Beauty. She's second choice in the wagering here. The regally bred daughter of Better's Delight. Of course, she's a sister to sports writer, Precocious Beauty, and others. So she's got the pedigree to be a good one, and she is a talented 3-year-old filly who also stepped up and won with authority in her grassroots split on June 12th and looked very good. So a little bit of a gap in the schedule for this one, but that doesn't really concern me at all in here. 8-5, I think, is a fair price on Romantic Beauty coming in. She had been a little bit camera shy, but finally put it together last time out, and she won with authority. So I thought both her and Horse with a Plan looked dominant in winning in their last starts, raced in the same night, and you're really splitting hairs trying to find out, to me, who was definitively better or who looked better on that night. The bit of a surprise for me in here is that A Bet's a Bet is taking the level of tote support she is. I thought she'd be, hovering maybe around, that 2-1, 3-1 status from the inside post here. I fully expected both 3 and the 4 would take more tote support than her, but she looks to have turned a corner in recent starts. The last 3 markedly better efforts than we had seen from her. So she's starting to put it together here. Not surprising either. This daughter of All Bets Off from a Mach 3 mare, West 3rd Street, that's been 100% producer. All 3 siblings are at the racetrack and some good hard hitters on this circuit, including the likes of Better Option and Do Better. And following in their footsteps here, I think certainly can win this race. I just don't know if you could stomach much lower than 8-5, and you're now seeing a slight shift in the odds as she drifts up, and the 4 Horse with the Plan starting to come down a little bit on the tote board. So I like those 3 that we touched on. The other one I'm going to throw in just for a look here is My Girl Friday, and here's one that tested the waters against the best on the Grand Circuit in the Fan Hanover eliminations. Just a bit overmatched there, but it looked like the experience may have served her well. She had won in a grassroots contest at London prior to that, so showing her versatility, and a nice bounce back last time out in finishing second. That was an overnight event. I guess there's 2 ways you could look at that. She was second, but she was a beaten favorite on that night, and this is a tougher test for her today. But we'll get the addition of blinkers. James McDonald back on board, this daughter of sports writer, and good post to work with in here. Contentious field, just a field of 7, but I think you could go in a few different directions in this contest. So good luck with how you play. Race number 2, looks like they're headed toward the starting gate. Race number 2 will be a double wager and start of a pick 3. Chad standing by with the race call.
Starting gate now being put in position here. Group of 7 will line up behind the gates. We've got all 3-year-old fillies and 1 4-year-old mare up on the outside, and Britta's Best Bet. Co-favorite at 2-1. A Bet's a Bet, a Romantic Beauty. Slightly favored in the double will pay is the 3 Romantic Beauty. So we'll see if more late money happens to come her direction or not. Now she drops to 9-5. Horse with a Plan off of a romping win, her first of the year in 51. She's getting support as well at 7-2. It's post time for race number 2. Starting gate swings to the top of the stretch. Field of 7 all lined up. Here they come. And there they go. They're off in pacing, and Davies was chasing Britta's best bet to leave out of there. She responds and crosses over in a matter of strides to lead in front of us. Cullen bypassing the pocket with Horse with a Plan. He'll drive on. My Girl Friday's third, away fourth. A Bet's a Bet, followed by Romantic Beauty fifth. Then Naughty Delight and Lions I Want to Chip. It's Horse with a Plan on top in front of Britta's best bet, the Pocket Rider at 81 to 1. My Girl Friday is third. A Bet's a Bet ended up being the slight favorite at 7 to 5, it appears. 27 to 3 opening quarter. She's fourth right now, 2 in front of fellow 7 to 5 shot Romantic Beauty. And then it's Naughty Delight and a break of 4 or 5 to Lions I Want to Chip. Single file are the fillies and mares as they go by. 3/8 and Horse with a Plan controlling the tempo up top here. A length in front of Britta's best bet second. My Girl Friday third. A Bet's a Bet continuing to race fourth in front of Romantic Beauty on hold from fifth. Halfway home at 56 and 1. Jameson starting to angle. First up out of fourth now, and McNair will grab that cover with Romantic Beauty. Third over from the back, Naughty Delight. Trailing continues to be Lions I Want to Chip. To 5/8, Horse with a Plan leads nearly 2 now on Britta's best bet. Bet's a Bet, chipping away up to third on the outside. First over, My Girl Friday to the inside of that one, fourth. Second over, fifth, about 5 off of the lead, and now going 3 wide is Romantic Beauty, 123 and 2 3/4. Horse with a Plan. Cullen calling on her for more. She leads a couple. Britta's best bet in behind her. In the center of the track is Romantic Beauty. Along the inside, My Girl Friday with some pace. Into a blind switch, though, now as McDonald's going to try and stick handle his way through. Might have a bit of room here. McNair coming down in between here. Things get tight. They'd made it, maybe traded some paint. But here's Romantic Beauty. Horse with a Plan, though, holds on. Horse with a Plan from Romantic Beauty in 151 flat. Four, 3, 5, 2 unofficial. Inquiry sign is up as judges are looking at racing action a deep stretch between 3 Romantic Beauty and the 2 My Girl Friday. They got pretty close. Was there interference? Who's at fault, if there was any? Judges will be reviewing footage and pass along their decision here. As we await that, let's meet the unofficial winner, race 2, number 4, Horse with a Plan. Throw Brown Filly by Better's Delight out of the Sun Beach Somewhere Dam, Albany, Hanover. A1 Stable Blair Kid and John Collins own. Jody Cullen trains, Travis Cullen the winning driver. Back-to-back, Horse with a Plan, now 2 for 11 this year. She's a 3-time winner overall, and she equals her lifetime mark, established last week, 151 flat. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, after review, judges determined number 3, Romantic Beauty, was at fault of coming down into the 2, My Girl Friday in deep stretch, causing interference. Therefore, number 3, Romantic Beauty, finished second, will be placed 4th. Number 2, My Girl Friday, finished 4th, will be placed 3rd. New numbers on the board, 4, 5, 2, and 3. Race 2 payouts. Winner number 4, Horse with a Plan, $13, $655.60. Second, number 5, Naughty Delight, $835.20. Third, number 2, My Girl Friday, $470. $2 Exacta, $101.70. $1 Try, $281.60. $1 Superfecta, $784.55. $2 Early Double, $48.50. Just under $5,300. Still live in tonight's early Pick 5. Gate swings to the top of the stretch. Field of 7 all lined up. Here they come. And there they go. They're off in pacing, and Davies was chasing Britta's Best Bet to leave out of there. She responds and crosses over in a matter of strides to lead in front of us. Cullen bypassing the pocket with Horse with a Plan. He'll drive on. My Girl Friday's 3rd, away 4th. A Bet's a Bet, followed by Romantic Beauty 5th. Then Naughty Delight and Lions I Want to Chip. It's Horse with a Plan on top in front of Britta's Best Bet, the pocket rider at 81 to 1. My Girl Friday is 3rd. A Bet's a Bet. Ended up being the slight favorite at 7 to 5, it appears. 27 to 3 opening quarter. She's 4th right now, 2 in front of fellow 7 to 5 shot Romantic Beauty. And then it's Naughty Delight and a break of 4 or 5 to Lions I Want to Chip. Single file are the fillies and mares as they go by. 3/8 and Horse with a Plan controlling the tempo up top here. A length in front of Britta's Best Bet, 2nd. My Girl Friday, 3rd. A Bet's a Bet, continuing to race 4th in front of Romantic Beauty on hold from 5th. Halfway home at 56 and 1. Jameson starting to angle. First up out of 4th now, and McNair will grab that cover with Romantic Beauty. 3rd over from the back, Naughty Delight. Trailing continues to be Lions I Want to Chip. To 5/8, Horse with a Plan leads nearly 2 now on Britta's Best Bet. Bet's a Bet, chipping away up to 3rd on the outside. First over, My Girl Friday to the inside of that one, 4th. Second over, 5th, about 5 off of the lead, and now going 3 wide is Romantic Beauty, 123 and 2 3/4. Horse with a Plan. Cullen calling on her for more. She leads a couple. Britta's Best Bet in behind her. In the center of the track is Romantic Beauty. Along the inside, My Girl Friday with some pace. Into a blind switch, though, now as McDonald's going to try and stick handle his way through. Might have a bit of room here. McNair coming down in between here. Things get tight. They made it, maybe traded some paint. But here's Romantic Beauty. Horse with a Plan, though, holds on. Horse with a Plan from Romantic Beauty in 151 flat. Race 2 finish order. From the top, it's 6, 4th place 3rd, 2nd placed 4th for causing interference in the stretch, 1, 3rd place 2nd, 7 and 5 on the bottom. On to race 3 next, kicking off our early pick 4. More 2-year-olds this time. Colts and Geldings on the pace, no changes, post time in 15 minutes.
Winback Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and 2-time O'Brien Award winner tattoo artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Two-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers on parade. Number 1 is Title Sealster. Travis Cullen drives. Jody Cullen training for Robbie Robinson. Daryl Thiessen driving number 2, Pownell Bay Jim Bob. Joe McIsaac trains for Ian, Lorna Smith, along with David and Edith Smith. T.H. Theo, number 3, James McDonald in the bike. Greg McNair trains for Frank Brundle McNichol and Jeffrey Skinner. Stampede, the 4, driven by Trevor Henry. Craig Barnes trains and owns with Nurko Sokolovic. I Believe a Miracle's the 5, Jody Jameson at the lines. Len Lalonde trains and owns with Power Racing Stable Incorporated. Number 6, Go-Go Gadget, Jonathan Drury in the bike. Kyle Bossens for Tamara Vanderweel. Number 7 is Yes I Am a Hanover. Doug McNair drives. Greg McNair training for Brad Grant. And number 8, Southwind Spino with Mark McDonald driving. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer, Acurie CSL, and Timothy Hayes. That's your field for race number 3 to start the early pick 4 next in 6 minutes.
Rookie Cole Pacers coming up here next to race number 3, which does start the early pick 4 wager. And there's a look at my top selection. The talk of the tote board right now, 4 to 5 on Yes I Am Hanover in the pari-mutuel debut. Had 2 trips behind the gate in morning sessions, and the most recent was a winner. The highly regarded youngster, this was a $110,000 Harrisburg yearling purchase in the son of Bulldog Hanover. From the world champion mare, You Are My Candy Girl. She, of course, a $1.6 million winner. Hasn't had the same level of production so far as a broodmare, but a young sibling that did win last time out, Yvette Hanover, filly, daughter of Tall Dark Stranger. In just her 7th career start, took a 53-2 record in her most recent, and has been placed in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes program. So we'll see if Yes I Am Hanover can live up to the billing here tonight. Heavily favorite, and this guy is full of himself, as you can see on screen. You'd like to see him relax here just a little bit, and I'm sure Doug will try to get him kind of calm down and get his focus here. But he looks ready to go, and he looked so good in winning that most recent qualifier. I'd say he was a powerhouse winner on that day. 27-1 final quarter, as fast as any 2-year-old in the final frame that we've seen in qualifying action this year. The one I use in the runner-up spot, but wouldn't be surprised to see him win as well, is Go-Go Gadget. We'll touch on him in a moment as Yes I Am Hanover returns to the paddock. See if we can get a bit of an update on what's going on with him. There's Go-Go Gadget. This guy really turned heads in his 2 qualifying efforts. June 12th, came back 8 days later after winning in 58-2 and really, catching some attention in that first outing. Followed up with an even better effort in qualifier 2, I would say, and was handled differently. We saw the replay earlier. JD opted to sit in with him. Could have made a move to the lead, but opted to sit in behind horses, and it got in tight quarters in the stretch. But the horse sat in there well. He wanted to go, and when he found room, passed on the inside, which is another interesting takeaway, I think, from that qualifying race. So really good learning experiences in the first 2. He's shown all kinds of ability. He's got a really quick turn of foot and looks ready to go here for Kyle Bossens, who does the training, and again, Jonathan Drury in the driver's seat. A betting line, he's a sibling to a pair of $200,000 winners in their careers, so there's definitely pedigree potential on this guy in the son of betting line. I think has another couple of seconds in the tank, and will likely need them tonight in order to win. Stampede has made my top 3. A post-4 starter here at Son of Cattle Wash. Also a winner in one of his 2 qualifying tries. Craig Barrs co-owns and trains with Nurko Sokolovic, and they've had so much success with the mare Midnight Jet. Really great producer for them. A lot of good ones that they've campaigned, and this time they made her with cattle wash. And he comes in again off the qualifying win. Trevor Henry on board. Nice post to work with here today. I give him a shot. Last one I wanted to focus on. He's a long shot on the board, but I believe in miracles. The big Jim Gelding purchase for $50,000 last fall out of London. This is the big Jim brother to Dax Sealster. Of course, Dax has been a player in the OSS program, and in fact won his last start in grassroots company in 151, a lifetime best for him, a colt that is continuing to improve. And I believe in miracles. Was a good winner first time out in the qualifier. Only 2 minutes, but it was the way he did it. He was in a 3 across finish, knifing between horses late, and surged to get to the wire first. Changed up tactics in week 2, was put on the lead much earlier, and hard to know what to make of finishing 4th. He faltered and tired a little bit late. Was he tiring, or was it just a different experience that he didn't respond to? I'm not sure. I wouldn't totally discount him tonight in the debut. I give him a chance. I've got him picked in the top 4. He could finish anywhere in the top 4, and I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm banking on Yes I Am Hanover looking as impressive or even more so than he did in the qualifier. And boy, is the public on board. He's 1-5, an overwhelming favorite here in this upcoming third. They're headed toward the starting gate. Chad, will have your race call next.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, lining up now for race number 3 as we start the early pick 4. It's your last call to wager as the pool is over 18,000 and continuing to climb. As Greg mentioned, heavily favored. Yes, I Am Hanover. Both qualifiers were good. The latest, though, really sharp. Back half in 55-4. Winning effort in 56. Bulldog Hanover out of You Are My Candy Girl. Some fast breeding there. 6-1 on rail starter Title Sealster. This will already be his 3rd lifetime start. And 6-1 on Go-Go Gadget, a winner in both of his morning preps in the baby races. It's post time for race number 3. Field for the 3rd. Rookie pacers lined up. Here they come. And there they go. They're off in pacing. And jetting out of there from the inside, Title Sealster and Stampede. Now joining that one from post 4. Go Gadget onto the scene into the top 3. To the inside is TH Theo. Floating out is Yes I Am Hanover. And then Pownell Bay Jim Bob. The last 2 in the group, I Believe in Miracles and Southwind Spino. It's Stampede and Trevor Henry to the lead now in front of Title Sealster with Go Gadget. Driving on for Drury, 27-1 opening quarter, and here comes Go Gadget. Up on the outside to now lead the way into the backstretch. But as he touches down, Cullen's on the move with Title Sealster. And here's Title Sealster rushing up after Go Gadget. Stampede, the brief early leader, now 3rd. 2 in front of Yes I Am Hanover, the odds-on favorite, 4th. TH Theo tracks that one 5th. 6th one is Pownell Bay Jim Bob. Next to last, I Believe in Miracles, and 2 more to Southwind Spino. Halfway home in 56-4 is leader Title Sealster in front of Go Gadget 2nd and Stampede 3rd. On the attack at a 4th, Yes I Am Hanover. TH Theo will follow that one 3rd over Pownell Bay Jim Bob. To the inside, I Believe in Miracles, trailing Southwind Spino. Less than 3/8 to go for leader Title Sealster with Go Gadget beginning to angle out of the pocket. Stampede to the inside 3rd. Yes I Am Hanover. He called on to pick it up here. 2nd over 4th now. 3/4 in 125-2. Go Gadget a little wide on the final turn, but still trying to go by Title Sealster. Stampede between horses. Yes I Am Hanover in behind now 4th. In the center of the track is TH Theo. But Go Gadget and Drury have built up a lead of about 2. Now on Stampede, who chases in 2nd. Go Gadget will go on to win his debut. It's Go Gadget in front of Stampede 2nd. And up for 3rd, it appeared to be TH Theo over Pownell Bay Jim Bob. 152-3. Sharp effort for Go Gadget. 6-4, 3-2 unofficial. Race 3 winner, number 6, Go Go Gadget. Coming back in front of us. Following his impressive debut, the 2-year-old Bay Colt by betting line is out of the Western Ideal Dam. JK Get Up and Go. Tamara Vandeville owns. Kyle Boston's trains, and Jonathan Drury, the winning driver. Go Go Gadget, a winner in both of his qualifiers. And drops even more time here tonight in his pari-mutuel debut, stopping the clock in a sharp 1:52 and 3. Number 6, Go Go Gadget, returning 660, 360, 330. Second 4, Stampede, 1128.70. Third 3, TH Theo, $13. $2 Exacta, $63. $1 Try, $178.15. Superfecta, $1,923.35. $2 Double, $59.50. And a $1 Pick 3 paid $89.95. 33,000 plus wagered in the early Pick 4, just over 8,000 moves on. Pick 5, a little more than 1,500. Still live with 2 legs to go. Field for the third. Rookie pacers lined up. Here they come. And there they go. They're off in pacing. And jetting out of there from the inside, Title Sealster and Stampede. Now joining that one from post 4. Go Gadget onto the scene into the top 3. To the inside is TH Theo. Floating out is Yes I Am Hanover. And then Pownell Bay Jim Bob. The last 2 in the group, I Believe in Miracles and Southwind Spino. It's Stampede and Trevor Henry to the lead now in front of Title Sealster with Go Gadget. Driving on for Drury, 27-1 opening quarter. And here comes Go Gadget. Up on the outside to now lead the way into the backstretch. But as he touches down, Cullen's on the move with Title Sealster. And here's Title Sealster rushing up after Go Gadget. Stampede, the brief early leader, now third. 2 in front of Yes I Am Hanover, the odds-on favorite, fourth. TH Theo tracks that one fifth. Sixth one is Pownell Bay Jim Bob. Next to last, I Believe in Miracles, and 2 more to Southwind Spino. Halfway home in 56 and 4 is leader Title Sealster in front of Go Gadget second and Stampede third. On the attack at a fourth, Yes I Am Hanover. TH Theo will follow that one third over Pownell Bay Jim Bob. To the inside, I Believe in Miracles, trailing Southwind Spino. Less than 3/8 to go for leader Title Sealster with Go Gadget beginning to angle out of the pocket. Stampede to the inside third. Yes I Am Hanover. Oh, he called on to pick it up here. Second over fourth now. 3/4 in 125 and 2. Go Gadget a little wide on the final turn, but still trying to go by Title Sealster. Stampede between horses. Yes I Am Hanover in behind now fourth. In the center of the track is TH Theo. But Go Gadget and Drury have built up a lead of about 2. Now on Stampede, who chases in second. Go Gadget will go on to win his debut. It's Go Gadget in front of Stampede second. And up for third, it appeared to be TH Theo over Pownell Bay Jim Bob. 152 and 3. Sharp effort for Go Gadget. Finish order, race 3 from the top is 5-4-3, 2-8-1, 6 and 7 on the bottom. Up next, race 4 to start tonight's pick 6. No changes in the opening leg. Post time in 14 minutes. Introducing the field for race 4. Number 1 is Piper's Luna. Jody Jamieson drives her trainer Mike Quinowski, Lorraine Ray, and Vince Sotheran, the owners. Trevor Henry driving 2, Seclusion. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. Number 3, Glenborough. Alan Malloy in the bike. Jody Cullen trains for Travis Cullen. Number 4 is She's a Streaker. Tyler Borth drives. Seamus Quill training for Bill Donovan. Number 5, Madrid, driven by Doug McNair. Clifford McGuire training for Nancy McGuire. 6 is Sunshine Magic with Travis Cullen in tow. Jody Cullen trains for A1 Stable and Paul Sanders. Josh McKibben sending out the 7, Stellar Manipulation for M&S Racing Stable Incorporated and Paul Batter. In the bike, it's Travis Henry. And number 8, Perfectly Chic, driven by Bob McClure, is trained by John Pentland, who co-owns with Steve Mihalik and a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. That's your field for race 4 to start our Pick 6 wager in 5 minutes.
We roll along with tonight's early pick 5, leg number 4 coming up here, which also does start the pick 6 wager. And there's a look at my top choice in here, going price shopping here in this 4th race, and landed on number 3, Glenborough, back to a class level where she typically has a lot of success. And her recent form hasn't been quite as sharp, but I'm willing to throw out the last line, simply being that she had an outside post in against a much tougher classification on that day. But individually, I liked what I saw from her, including that 26-2 speed on the end of the mile, second start after qualifying on June 8th. So some downtime to freshen up. I like that Al Malloy drove in the qualifier and was behind her the last time out, as Travis Cullen, the regular pilot, he opts to go with stablemate Sunshine Magic in this spot. So maybe something to read into that is the vote of confidence for Sunshine Magic. A contender in here, no doubt. But I'm going to go with Glenborough. She's proven that she can win at this class level several times over her career. Quality daughter of All Bets Off from an inside post, and you're getting a price that I think is attractive enough to give her a look on top in here. Madrid, favored at this point, and certainly one that you have to give a long look to in here. Will be making the second start for the new barn off the claim last time out in that optional 30 claiming contest. Really got roughed up in the middle half, but she hung in well despite the long park out through torrid fractions. Got beat less than 5 lengths in a 49-3 mile. The effort was excellent, but just didn't have much luck in the trip department in that outing. Doug McNair is going to take over the drive on Madrid here tonight, so we'll see if she can get back into the win column. It's been a little bit of a tale of 2 seasons. Last year she was a winning machine, and this year just a couple of wins under her belt, but her recent form had been good, and then off the claim, just a tough trip scenario against a very difficult, contentious group last time out. So Madrid looks for the bounce back here tonight. Definitely top 2, top 3 consideration in here. She's a streaker. Inside is one that I'm going to give a look to here as well. Another one that faced tougher last time in the same race against Ultimate Desby in that 49-3 mile. This one did show good final quarter speed, 26-2, matching what Glenborough did. Like Glenborough, better post position to work with here. And this will be the 3rd start back since qualifying, as she looks for her first on-the-board finish of the season. Gonna have to step up her game here, but I like the last couple of tune-ups. She was aggressively handled 2 back, and then that last time raced from off the pace. So hopefully Tyler Borth can engineer something that can make her a top 3 consideration. Stellar Manipulations, the last one I'm going to have a look at here. Post 7 starter in this spot. At the level last time out, took the big shuffle, but rallied impressively to finish 4th. And the thing I like is her quarters, every quarter in the race under 28 seconds, including her fastest of the race, 27-second speed in the final quarter to pass several horses and to finish 4th in that quick 49 and 3 mile last time out. At the end of the day, very competitive field here. A little more wide open, I think, than the tote board suggests right now. Madrid, though, at even money, and we'll find out momentarily if she can live up to that favorite status. There's a horse that could be dangerous, certainly. Sunshine Magic, 1 of 2 for Team Cullen in this spot. Gate rolling for the 4th. Good luck.
Final call to wager on that pick 6 wager. And the other betting options available here in race number 4. Group of 8 taking up their positions behind the gate as Greg touched on Madrid. The clear choice on the board at even money. High percentage Clifford McGuire barn does very well with his limited roster. Second start off the claim for Clifford here, and picks up Doug McNair tonight. We're at the top of the stretch, set to go for the 4th. It's post time. And away they go. They're off in pacing and charging out of there down the center. Sunshine Magic and Madrid leave out together. Seclusion joining that pair into the top 3 from the inside. 3 in front of Piper's Luna. Then Glenborough tucks 5th. In front of She's a Streaker. Last 2, Stellar Manipulation and Perfectly Chic. It's going to be McNair with the favorite lining them up. It's Madrid on top. Seclusion in the pocket. Sunshine Magic took a seat 3rd in front of Piper's Luna 4th. 2 more to Glenborough, tracks 5th after a 26-2 opening quarter. Then She's a Streaker. Next to last, Stellar Manipulation and Perfectly Chic, and see them all from 8th. Single file, the group of mares into the backstretch up to 3/8 now, with Madrid leading the way. Seclusion riding the pocket. Sunshine Magic next. Then Piper's Luna and Glenborough. And a starting up, She's a Streaker. To the inside, Stellar Manipulation. Another 2, Perfectly Chic trails. Halfway home in 55 flat is leader Madrid. Just over a length in front of Seclusion, 2nd. Sunshine Magic still 3rd. Piper's Luna on the cones 4th. Up to 5th as She's a Streaker. She continues her first overbid. Following her from the back is Stellar Manipulation. To the inside, Glenborough shuffled a bit. She'll have an opportunity to swing to the outside now as Malloy calls on her, and then Perfectly Chic would have to sweep them all. Madrid, the leader to 3/4 in 1:23 flat, and she'll come off of this final turn a length and a half in front of Seclusion 2nd. She's a Streaker in the center of the track. Sunshine Magic along the inside. Swinging wide is Stellar Manipulation as McNair calling on Madrid to stay tough over the final 8th. Seclusion now 2 lengths behind. Sunshine Magic and Stellar Manipulation in pursuit as well, but Madrid is good to go as the 1-2 favorite. It's Madrid by about 3 on end, with Seclusion holding on to 2nd. 3rd to Sunshine Magic. Stellar Manipulation 4th. 1:49-2 for Madrid. Fourth race unofficial, 5-2, 6-7. Winner race 4 in front of us, number 5, Madrid. 8-year-old bay mare by Bling It On is out of the Lombo Mendingo Dam Lily Lane. She's now owned by Nancy McGuire and trained by Clifford McGuire. Doug McNair, the winning driver. 3 for 23 this year. Madrid now a 34-time winner. New lifetime best tonight, 149-2 as Madrid goes sub 50. Fourth race payouts, winner 5, Madrid, $3, $250, $210. Second, 2, Seclusion, $5, $290. Third, 6, Sunshine Magic, $270. $2 Exacta, $23.30. $1 Try pays $25.50. Super, $100.95. $2 Double, $15.10. And $1 Pick 3 paid $71.20. Just a little under 3,200 still alive in the Pick 4. Pick 5 heading to the final leg, $489.86. And tonight's Pick 6 pool, just shy of 7,400 wagered, a little less than 3,100 moving on to leg 2. And away they go. They're off in pacing and charging out of there down the center. Sunshine Magic and Madrid leave out together. Seclusion joining that pair into the top 3 from the inside. 3 in front of Piper's Luna. Then Glenborough tucks 5th. In front of She's a Streaker. Last 2, Stellar Manipulation and Perfectly Chic. It's going to be McNair with the favorite lining them up. It's Madrid on top. Seclusion in the pocket. Sunshine Magic took a seat 3rd in front of Piper's Luna 4th. 2 more to Glenborough, tracks 5th after a 26-2 opening quarter. Then She's a Streaker. Next to last, Stellar Manipulation and Perfectly Chic, and see them all from 8th. Single file, the group of mares into the backstretch up to 3/8 now, with Madrid leading the way. Seclusion riding the pocket. Sunshine Magic next. Then Piper's Luna and Glenborough. Anna starting up, She's a Streaker. To the inside, Stellar Manipulation. Another 2, Perfectly Chic trails. Halfway home in 55 flat is leader Madrid. Just over a length in front of Seclusion, second. Sunshine Magic still third. Piper's Luna on the cones fourth. Up to fifth is She's a Streaker. She continues her first overbid. Following her from the back is Stellar Manipulation. To the inside, Glenborough shuffled a bit. She'll have an opportunity to swing to the outside now as Malloy calls on her, and then Perfectly Chic would have to sweep them all. Madrid, the leader to 3/4 in 1:23 flat, and she'll come off of this final turn a length and a half in front of Seclusion second. She's a Streaker in the center of the track. Sunshine Magic along the inside. Swinging wide is Stellar Manipulation as McNair calling on Madrid to stay tough over the final 8th. Seclusion now 2 lengths behind. Sunshine Magic and Stellar Manipulation in pursuit as well, but Madrid is good to go as the 1-2 favorite. It's Madrid by about 3 on end, with Seclusion holding on to second. Third to Sunshine Magic. Stellar Manipulation fourth. 1:49-2 for Madrid. Here's how they all finished in race 4 from the top. It's 5-2-6, 7-1-3, 4, and 8 on the bottom. Coming up next, race 5 as we close out our early pick 5. More 2-year-olds in action here on the trot. No changes. Post time in 15 minutes.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Leading parade for race 5. Number 1 is King of the South. Trevor Henry in the bike. Scott McEnany trains and owns with Varsakis Racing, Kentucky Farm Incorporated, and Mart West Racing Stable. Number 2, Honcho, driven by Mark McDonald's, trained by Greg McNair for Willow Oak Racing. 3 is 360. Doug McNair in the bike. Kyle Fellows trains. Yolanda Fellows, Blair Kirby, Windermere Stable, and Hopkins Porter own. Number 4, Cyclone Sealsters, driven by James McDonald. Dave Maneri trains for Maneri Racing Incorporated, Clint Guitard, and a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. Just Pour Some Sugar on Me. Number 5, driven by J.R. Plon, is owned and trained by Pam Forgy. The 6 is Perfect Loop. Todd Ratchford at the controls. Matt Bax trains for Bax Stable, Glengate Farms, and Brillo Farms. Jody Jamieson will drive number 7, Treasure King. Carl Jamieson trains and owns with a numbered company, Ontario Limited. King Sullivan the 8, Tyler Borth in the bike. Ben Bergeron for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. And number 9 is Aaron Wood Cosmo. Scott Young drives. Jeff Williams, the owner-trainer. That is your field for race number 5. It's coming up next to wrap up our early pick 5 in 5 minutes.
Getting set to put a bow on tonight's early pick 5 wager, and there is the favorite to complete it at 3-5. His name is 360. 360, who had just the single baby race qualifier before facing the gate in pari-mutuel action on June 19th, and the result was a rock-solid 58-4 victory on that occasion. So has a bit of a leg up on many in here, and the fact that he has had that pari-mutuel start under his belt and the experience of the winning effort. A $50,000 Lexington yearling purchase, the son of Muscle Mass. It looks like he's on his way to a bright future, and has some pedigree on the side, certainly. This one is a sibling to Hot Country, a name that a lot of people who watch this circuit would recognize. Of course, the runner-up in last year's Grassroots final at age 2, and a 55-3 winner. And this guy looks like he's got the same sort of talent level, at least from what we've seen early on. A good go for the Kyle Fellows barn as well, and a stable that appears to have many nice youngsters in the mix. Doug McNair stays on board, 360 tonight. Good post for this guy. Excuse me, 3-5, maybe just a little bit of an overbet. Again, we're talking 2-year-old trotters, light on experience, but this guy's looked so workmanlike both in the qualifier and the pari-mutuel start last time. Hard to go against him. If there is one that could knock him off, though, I think Honcho looked very good in his, especially in his second qualifying try last time out. Now, he'll lose Doug McNair tonight. Mark McDonald will pick up a very live drive, in my opinion. $30,000 Lexington purchase. This is a flashy-looking son of Green Shoe. And in that qualifier, he just kind of bided time. Doug kept him a couple of lengths off the leader throughout, and then he just slowly tightened in, turning for home. And when he came to the outside, the end result never in doubt. Went by very easily, 28-4, and did it well in hand. Again, a real flashy-looking son of Green Shoe here, and I think there's a lot of talent there. I think we're just scratching the surface based on that last baby race for this guy. So veteran Mark McDonald, we'll see if he can guide this one to the winner's circle. At the first asking here tonight with an inside post to work with. You're getting 8-1 on him. Well, let's go a little further out. Next, Treasure King, the 7. This guy will debut tonight off a pair of qualifying tries. Was second last time out after making a really nice middle half move. Got a short lead and just fell short in a 58-4 qualifier after winning resoundingly the first time out. This is a daughter of First Crop Stallion, King of the North, and a sibling to a good one in Valley Hanover, close to $500,000 earned for that one. Treasure King collared for $42,000 last year at the Harrisburg sale. Carl Jamieson teaming up with son Jody aboard Treasure King here. Another one that's got contender written all over him in this spot. And we'll see if he can step up just a little bit off that most recent qualifying try. The real wild card, in my opinion, is this guy, number 4, Cyclone Sealster. Another King of the North, this gelded son of King of the North from first foal from Purple Aura. It was a good mare, daughter of Creatine. Just a $20,000 yearling purchase for the Maneri camp, and looked very good in his first qualifying win, then dropped right into pari-mutuel action in that last start and made the miscue right around the midway point of the race. So the question mark, we'll see if he can rebound here. You've got James back in the driver's seat. He was favored on that occasion, so you know how good that qualifier looked and how highly regarded he was. There's the last one. Just want to have a quick thought on Aaron Wood Cosmo. Comes in after 2 straight qualifying wins. Identical times, 2:02 and 2 the first week. Didn't drop any time last week when using different tactics, but the diminutive trotter looks so professional, is as smooth as silk out on the racetrack, has a quick turn of foot, and could very well pull a big upset here, even with an outside post. Back up to Chad with the call.
All right, thanks, Greg. Group of 9 on the trot, 2-year-olds to wrap up our early pick 5. Coming up next here, race winner already, 360 for Fellows and McNair. Having success with 2-year-olds last night as well. Even money on the Muscle Mass Colt to repeat. 7-2 on Cyclone Sealster next door. A few doors down, Treasure King getting play as well. The rookies are all set to go for the 5th race. Here they come. Gapped off will be the 8, King Sullivan. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And down the center, Just Pour Some Sugar on Me. And Perfect Loop, leave out of there together. Treasure King into the early mix as well. Aaronwood Cosmo trying to float out of there. Off stride in the back went Honcho. Honcho making a break. Cyclone Sealster now along the pylons is 4th, as Scott Young's going to have to backpedal and go to plan B here with Aaronwood Cosmo. In 5th, we find 360 in front of King of the North. Aaronwood Cosmo still parked, but might be able to get a seat in the back there in front of King Sullivan, and further back to the early breaker Honcho. 28-1 opening quarter. Jameson trying to work his way to the lead with the King of the North filly, Treasure King. And here is Treasure King taking over from Just Pour Some Sugar on Me. Trotting in 3rd, that's Perfect Loop. Off stride when sitting 4th, Cyclone Sealster is self-destructed. So taking over 4th, 360. King of the North, the 5th one, then Aaronwood Cosmo. Back to King Sullivan, a resetting Cyclone Sealster and Honcho trails. Halfway home at 59-4. Is leader Treasure King with Pour Some Sugar on Me in 2nd. Here on the attack, 360, now up to 3rd. The inside 4th, Perfect Loop. 2nd over, King of the North. Swinging to the outside as well as Aaronwood Cosmo. And then Cyclone Sealster, King Sullivan, and Honcho. Heading to 3/4, and Treasure King is the leader here for Jameson, a length. Ducking down into the pocket to braven up 360. 129 and 2 to 3/4, and back out 360 off of this turn, but now 3 lengths behind. Treasure King, who's still trotting well up top. 360 will try in the center is King of the North. To the inside, Just Pour Some Sugar on Me. Here comes 360 inching in on leader Treasure King. Treasure King needs to dig in. Treasure King, 360 is up to repeat. It's 360 over Treasure King and King of the South in 157-4. Perfect 2 for 2 to start his career as 3-6-0. He returns in front of us. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Muscle Mass from the Broadway Hall Dam. Feel Invincible AS is owned by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Krubia, Windermere Stable, and Hopkins Porter. Kyle Fellows, the winning trainer. Doug McNair right back here on the Friday card for the double. 3-6-0 back-to-back to start his career. It's a life's best tonight, 157-4. Race 5 payouts. Winner 3, 360, 440, 280, 260. Second 7, Treasure King, 320, 290. Third 1, King of the South, 1340. $2 exacta, $13.90. Try, 150, 45. 1,011.15 for the dollar super. $2 double, 830. Dollar pick 320, 880. $1 winning early pick 5, 601.20. Just over 1,000 remains live in the pick 4 and just under 1,100 in the pick 6. Cyclone Sealster next door. Goes down Treasure King getting play as well. The rookies are all set to go for the 5th race. Here they come. Gapped off will be the 8, King Sullivan. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And down the center, Just Pour Some Sugar on Me. And Perfect Loop, leave out of there together. Treasure King into the early mix as well. Aaronwood Cosmo trying to float out of there. Off stride in the back went Honcho. Honcho making a break. Cyclone Sealster now along the pylons is 4th, as Scott Young's going to have to backpedal and go to plan B here with Aaronwood Cosmo. In 5th, we find 360 in front of King of the North. Aaronwood Cosmo still parked, but might be able to get a seat in the back there in front of King Sullivan, and further back to the early breaker Honcho. 28-1 opening quarter. Jameson trying to work his way to the lead with the King of the North filly, Treasure King. And here is Treasure King taking over from Just Pour Some Sugar on Me. Trotting in 3rd, that's Perfect Loop. Off stride when sitting 4th, Cyclone Sealster is self-destructed. So taking over 4th, 360. King of the North, the 5th one, then Aaronwood Cosmo. Back to King Sullivan, a resetting Cyclone Sealster and Honcho trails. Halfway home at 59-4. Is leader Treasure King with Pour Some Sugar on Me in 2nd. Here on the attack, 360, now up to 3rd, the inside 4th, Perfect Loop. 2nd over, King of the North, swinging to the outside as well as Aaronwood Cosmo. And then Cyclone Sealster, King Sullivan, and Honcho. Heading to 3/4, and Treasure King is the leader here for Jamison, a length. Ducking down into the pocket to braven up 360. 129 and 2 3/4. And back out 360 off of this turn, but now 3 lengths behind. Treasure King, who's still trotting well up top. 360 will try in the center is King of the North. To the inside, just pour some sugar on me. Here comes 360 inching in on leader Treasure King. Treasure King needs to dig in. Treasure King 360 is up to repeat. It's 360 over Treasure King and King of the South in 157 and 4. Finish order from the 5th race from the top is 391, 567, 28, 4 on the bottom. We're off to race 6 next to kick off our late pick 5. Scratch number 4, McMira. Due to sickness, number 7, MC goes aluminum to flip-flops front, and 9, Laney Blue, steel to flip-flops front. Post time in 17 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Time to meet the field for race 6. Number 1 is Artie's Awash with Mark McDonald driving. Paul Court trains for MT Stables Ontario Incorporated. Number 2, Artistic Delight, driven by Phil Hudon, is trained by Chantel Mitchell for Judith Taylor. Breezy Bell 3, Jody Jameson in the bike. Ron Waples Jr. trains for Sarah Anthon. Scratch the 4. Living a Sweet Life, number 5. Travis Cullen drives. Sean Stacy training. Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, the owner. Number 6, Una Momenta, driven by Scott Young, is trained by Roger Mayotte. Roger owns with Ben Mudry, Louis Libanow, and Larry Curtis. The 7 MC has Bob McClure at the controls. Paul Reed for Kendra Castleman. Number 8, Bikini Sealster, driven by J.R. Plon, is trained by Sean Stacy for Landmark 18 Racing Stable, Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, Bertrand Gillespie Stable, and Dan Mogridge. And Laney Blue, the 9, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is sent out by Matt Dupuy for Jim Fraley. That's your group for the 6th race as we start tonight's late pick 5 in 5 minutes.
We just wrapped up tonight's early pick 5, back in race number 5, and our ticket idea that we mapped out at the top of the show tonight did click. 20-cent return there would have got you a little over $120. So we'll see if we can come back and catch another pick 5 here. The late one starting next, race number 6. And I've gone 3 deep here to try and get things started in the opening leg, including Bikini Sealster, the even money favorite. I expected her to be favorite, certainly. Anything below even money is going to be awfully tough to take. She does have the edge on the experience front in this field. 18 career races for the daughter of Bulldog Hanover. Just a single win, though, as a 2-year-old, and a single win here at age 3 as well. I've been a little bit camera shy, but she's faced primarily tougher company in those recent starts. She was a runner-up in a grassroots contest 2 back. She was 62-1 on that occasion, and certainly outraced her odds on that night with a really solid effort. And kind of a sneaky good race, I thought, last time, June 19th as well. Handled conservatively in that race, left for position, then got shuffled back to 8th, re-rallied though, and would have gotten bravened up, I think, off of that race last time out. So gets the benefit of a scratch to her inside. Will now leave from post 7 tonight. And I think Bikini Sealster can get the job done, but she's anything but a slam dunk in my opinion. That's why I wanted to use a couple of others underneath. One that I did put on the ticket is number 6, Una Momenta, the Control the Moment filly. She's only 8 starts into her racing career and has shown some signs of progression in some of the recent starts. 2 back. Now this was at the non-winners of 1 level, but almost got there. Looked like she was going to click that time. She was a winner 4 back, so lowered her time substantially in the couple of starts subsequent. And then last time in a much tougher assignment in against Here's With a Plan, Bet's a Bet, and the likes, she was 7th. Just maybe a little bit overmatched at this point. This is a better spot for her, and this will be one race where she could potentially take a step forward. Next door to her, MC from the Paul Reed stable. Gets a shoeing change tonight. Goes from aluminum to flip-flops up front. Coming off a miscue last time out. Has made breaks in 2 of the last 3, but sandwiched in there was a really nice winning effort. So you know that the ability is there. If that MC shows up tonight, this daughter of Captain Crunch, I think certainly capable of winning. 4-1, pretty reasonable price on this one, and one that I had to use in the opening leg of that pick 5 wager. Last one that I've included in my top 4, number 2, Artistic Delight, the Bettor's Delight filly, who has not been able to find the winner's circle yet. She's 10 starts into her career, but a lot of competitive efforts. She's been kind of knocking at the door since qualifying here on May the 15th. I like her for a small prize in here from that inside post position. As we get a look at Living a Sweet Life, a bit of an X factor here. She's only had 2 starts to this point in time. She qualified 3 times for Team Stacy. She was a runner-up in the debut, 3rd last time when she took a lot more tote support. The public jumped on her bandwagon after that solid debut, and she was handled accordingly and faltered late. Kind of hard to get to a good read on her in start number 3 here tonight. But there is upset potential in here. There's a look again at my top choice, Bikini Sealster. Going to try and kick off this late pick 5 wager, and she's 6-5 solidly the public's choice here in the upcoming 6th. Back upstairs again to Chad Rosema with the call.
And a good-looking late pick 5 pool in the works here. Already more than 41,000 in there. It'll continue to climb, and pretty good, I would say, in these last couple of clicks. A field of 8. Fillies and Mares to kick things off. It's post time for race number 6. Field swings to the top of the stretch. All lined up for the 6th race. Here they come. And there they go. They're off and pacing. Driving from the outside, Laney Blue. Laney Blue aggressively handled here by Thiessen as she strides ahead of her rivals. Opens up a quick 3. Battling behind her to get a 2-hole trip with Una Momenta pushing through. Wide to the opening turn plant with Bikini Sealster. And then away into the top 4, Breezy Bell. Followed by Artie's Awash 5th. Outside is MC looking for a spot on the pylons. Will get it now. 6th for McClure in front of Artistic Delight 7th. And trailing 8th, Living a Sweet Life. 27-2 opening quarter. Una Momenta to the lead in front of Laney Blue. Bikini Sealster at even money, still parked out. Breezy Bell to the inside of that one in 4th. Then Artie's Awash, the 5th one. MC 6th. They may be angling to the outside in front of Artistic Delight. To the inside, Saving Ground, Living a Sweet Life. Una Momenta and Scott Young at 2-1, nearly to the half. Now there in 56-3 in front of Laney Blue. And a long night outside for Bikini Sealster, but still coming forward here now for Plon up to 2nd. To the inside, 4th locked up is Breezy Bell. 5th on the outside, but gapping the cover, that's MC. But still under tight lines to McClure. Following that one is Artistic Delight, pinned to the inside, Artie's Awash. Starting up from the back is Living a Sweet Life. To 3/4 goes Una Momenta. A half length in front of the pressuring Bikini Sealster, who's not throwing in the towel. 125-1 to the 3rd panel. Una Momenta leads. Bikini Sealster still there on the outside. Laney Blue in behind looking for a way through. Tries the inside. Here comes MC now cut loose. Down the center of the track by McClure. And Artistic Delight starting to roll from the back. MC though, and a confident Bob McClure right down to the line in front by a length and a half. It's going to be MC over Artistic Delight and Bikini Sealster in 152-4. 7-2-8-9 unofficial on the board. Seven, 2, 8, 9 unofficial. Inquiry signs being posted by our judges. Possible broken equipment before the start suffered by the one Artie's Awash. They're going to have a look back at the footage and determine whether or not that broken equipment happened before or after the start. So please hold all tickets. In the meantime, let's meet Race 6 winner number 7, MC. 3-0 Bay Filly by Captain Crunch out of the Sweet Lou Dam MBT. Kendra Castleman owns, Paul Reed trains, Bob McClure the winning driver. MC 2 for 5 this year, third career score. 152-4 from off the pace at 7-2. After review, judges were able to determine that number 1 Artie's Awash had a broken check, and it was before the start, so suffered broken equipment before the start, and therefore will be a refund. Deemed to have not received a fair start because of that broken equipment, so a refund of the 1 Artie's Awash. There'll be a consolation double paid out to that one here in race number 6. Race 6 payouts, the 7 MC, 870, 640, 310. Second number 2, Artistic Delight, 30, 30, and 710. Third number 8, Bikini Sealster, 210. $149.90 for the $2 exacta, $1 try, $201.80, $1 super, $672.45. $2 consolation double 3 and 1 $4.90. The $2 3-7 $22.20. $1 pick 3 $23.50. Pick 4 wrapped up here as well. $1 return we'll have for you in a moment. 83.35 was that payout. Underway in the late pick 5. Good pool again, just about 70,000 wager, more than 17,000 of live money moving on. And the pick 6, 3 legs to go, down to $290 and some change. Stretch. All lined up for the 6th race. Here they come. And there they go. They're off and pacing. Driving from the outside, Laney Blue. Laney Blue aggressively handled here by Thiessen as she strides ahead of her rivals. Opens up a quick 3. Battling behind her to get a 2-hole trip with Una Momenta pushing through. Wide to the opening turn plot with Bikini Sealster. And then away into the top 4, Breezy Bell. Followed by Artie's Awash 5th. Outside is MC looking for a spot on the pylons. Will get it now. 6th for McClure in front of Artistic Delight 7th. And trailing 8th, Livin' a Sweet Life. 27-2 opening quarter. Una Momenta to the lead in front of Laney Blue. Bikini Sealster at even money. Still parked out. Breezy Bell to the inside of that one in 4th. Then Artie's Awash, the 5th one. MC 6th. They may be angling to the outside in front of Artistic Delight. To the inside, saving ground, Living a Sweet Life. Una Momenta and Scott Young at 2-1, nearly to the half. Now there in 56-3 in front of Laney Blue. And a long night outside for Bikini Sealster, but still coming forward here now for Plon up to 2nd. To the inside, 4th locked up is Breezy Bell. 5th on the outside, but gapping the cover, that's MC. But still under tight lines to McClure. Following that one is Artistic Delight, pinned to the inside, Artie's Awash. Starting up from the back is Living a Sweet Life. To 3/4 goes Una Momenta. A half length in front of the pressuring Bikini Sealster, who's not throwing in the towel. 125-1 to the 3rd panel. Una Momenta leads. Bikini Sealster still there on the outside. Laney Blue in behind looking for a way through. Tries the inside. Here comes MC now cut loose. Down the center of the track by McClure. And Artistic Delight starting to roll from the back. MC though in a confident Bob McClure right down to the line in front by a length and a half. It's going to be MC over Artistic Delight and Bikini Sealster in 152-4. Finish order from the 6th race from the top. It's 7th and a refund for broken equipment before the start. 2-5 scratch, 6-8-1, 3 and 4 on the bottom. Coming up next is race number 7. No program changes. Post time in 9 minutes. Here's the field for race 7 on parade. Number 1 is The Swooper. Doug McNair drives. Greg McNair training for Dean Lockhart, Gore Waples, and Wayne Carlton. Number 2, The Good Moment, has Louis Waugh on the bike. Francis Guillemette trains and owns with Gestion A&A Boulanger Incorporated. Number 3, Never Again, driven by Tyler Borth, sent out by Blake McIntosh for Stephen Klanowski. Daryl Thiessen driving number 4, Global Choice. Gary Murner trains for Gino Toscani. Number 5, Yankee Scout. Jonathan Drury at the lines. Tony Beaton trains for Domain Haven Farm, Mac Nichol and Kevin McKinley. Here's number 6, Aces Wire. Jody Jameson, the driver. Carl Jameson, the trainer. Owners are Jameson Stable, Jed Jameson, George Rogers, and Carmelo Chimay. C-Script 7. Mark McDonald will drive for trainer Greg McNair, who co-owns with McKinley and Fielding, M&S Racing Stable Incorporated, and Dr. Chris Robson. And 8 is Call Sign Maverick. James McDonald aboard, Dave Maneri for Maneri Racing Incorporated, Larry Maneri, and William Hart. That's your field for race number 7. It's coming up in 5 minutes.
Our final look at 2-year-olds here this evening. A group of Pacers, 2-year-old Colson Geldings in this upcoming 7th race. And on the betting board, you've got Call Sign Maverick. I'm not surprised to see him 8-5 and favored, even with that outside starting spot in here. We'll touch on him in a moment. There's my top pick in the race, though. It's number 5, Yankee Scout, 3-1 proposition right now. Jonathan Drury guided 2-year-old Go-Go Gadget to victory earlier tonight, and he'll look to double up with this guy, son of Bulldog Hanover, who did step up nicely in his second qualifying try on June 20th after finishing 4th in his debut effort. Dropped a little over 3 seconds in time, stopped the clock at 56-2, looked very professional, and was good on both ends of the mile on that day as well. Yankee Scout from Post 6 got it done there. Post 5 for this one. Again, a Bulldog Hanover with a good family here. The second foal from a sister to a pair of $500,000 winners. And we'll see if the second foal from Sweet Omen can click. Tony Beaton does the training. JD, again, who does probably a lot of the road work with some of these in the mornings. We'll get the call behind Yankee Scout here, and I like his chances here. There's the high-stepping Call Sign Maverick, who really stepped up his time in the qualifying try last time, his second outing. He was home in 27-3, didn't win, but was charted in 54-2 in the quickest qualifier of that day. This guy is the Bulldog Hanover sibling to Call Sign Rooster, one that made an impression here last season. Got his early lessons in Atlantic Canada, showed good 2-year-old speed, was a 7-time winner last year, took a mark of 52-3. This guy will be debuting here from the outside post for Dave Maneri, the trainer, and James McDonald on board. $65,000 yearling purchase, big strapping son of Cattle Wash. He's got the Cattle Wash look to him, certainly, and showed plenty of speed in that qualifier. If he can just come back and really duplicate that, it should put him in the hunt here. But I wouldn't be shocked if someone were to, step up a couple of seconds tonight and maybe surprise. We've got one in for shoe repair right now, and that's Aces Wired, and I was going to touch on that one. This one will be debuting for the Jameson Stable of Bettor's Delight Colt. He was a $50,000 yearling purchase last year in Lexington. We get a good look at him in the paddock right now. Aces Wired finished second in the debut try. Actually didn't go as fast last time out, but was trying to rally into a much quicker final half in that second try on June 20th. Did individually paced his own last quarter in 27 and 4. So, pretty solid effort for this guy. Another one that comes from an excellent family. This guy's a sibling to the $400,000 winner, odds on pick 6, who's got a speed badge of 150. And Angel Hill, another sibling with a mark of 48 and 3. Plenty of speed in the family of Aces Wired from that final crop of Bettor's Delight. And I've got him used in my top 3 here. The price is attractive to me at 10-1. Just next door to him, this guy, number 7, C Script, sports writer colt from the Greg McNair stable. Mark McDonald's going to pick up the drive on this guy as Doug McNair has opted to go with number 1, the swooper in this spot. C Script, 4th in qualifier 1, raced evenly, but finished up with 28-second final quarter speed. And then turned in a hard-fought win in that second qualifier in 56 and 4. Got involved in a late stretch duel with the pace setter Kerplunk on that day, and was able to go by and win, and looked good doing it. Showed good overall speed and a little bit of tenacity late in the mile. I think a good sign for this youngster, again, as we get a look at the number 6, Aces Wired, back in the paddock here. And this will be another part of the learning curve for this guy. And, of course, the horses out on track, these 2-year-olds, how they're going to handle this bit of a delay. They'll be out on the track a little bit longer than Connections would like to. But, again, this will be part of the experience they'll take away from tonight. We'll look at some others in the field. There's the Good Moment. This is a Control the Moment colt. The benefit of a pair of qualifiers coming in. Nothing wrong with either one of them. A well-beaten third first time out, but likely only wanted to go a certain time. He paced in 2 minutes on that occasion, and then did the road work second time out on the 20th and finished second to Go Gadget. We saw what he did tonight to come back and win. So the Good Moment, 10-1, a double-digit danger in here perhaps. Global Choice, number 4. This is a Courtly Choice colt who has had one pari-mutuel start so far. Got away near the back, didn't show a whole lot of pace on the end of that one, and raced pretty evenly in qualifiers. So nice looking colt, but you're going to have to show a little bit more speed. He's going to have to find a couple of seconds tonight, I think, to make some noise. But we shall see. Still light on experience and lots of room for improvement. Here's one that didn't make my top 4, and it could end up being a mistake in here. That's the Swooper, another son of Cattle Wash, who did have the benefit of a couple of starts coming in, couple of qualifying tries. And again, nice progression. Finished 5th first time out, only 4th in that second qualifier, but you have to consider the horse dropped 6 seconds in time after charting in 2:01, was caught in that fast qualifying race from Shalom Hanover, where he finished 4th and did kick home in 27 and 4. So the top 3 were very strong in that particular qualifying try, and this guy did get around a little bit of traffic and was closing up and not far off the top 3 on that occasion. And I can tell you, I remember that one looking particularly good on the run out after, too. Nice and strong after that race. And Doug McNair opting to go with the Swooper in here, picking away from C Script, who in fact was a winner in that qualifier. So that's probably something worth considering in here. Let's get a look now at number 3, Never Again. Big Jim Colt, another with a couple of tries under the belt. Did win in 59 and 2 at first asking, and then finished 5th in the most recent 2, the aforementioned Go Gadget. Another one, though, that had good pace on the end of the race. And we always have to remember these horses come into these races. Each barn has a different approach, kind of a different way that they want to bring the horses along in those baby races. And they're focused more usually on individual performance rather than where they finish in those qualifiers. So there's always a chance that something in these races can step up and really kind of surprise you off of what you saw in the qualifying races. But I can tell you, if this guy were to win, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Aces Wired and 12-1, maybe one of the more attractive prices on the tote board. So it looks like he's got the new shoes on and will be making his way to the track to join his 7 rivals. Final group of 2-year-old pacers here this evening. Just a moment, 7-5, and continuing as favorite is Call Sign Maverick. Race number 7. We'll start another pick 3 wager. Good luck with your selections. Chad Rosema will have your race call coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Just having a look at all the 2-year-olds out here again. New for them, the delay because of the shoe repair. But everybody seems to have handled it just fine out here. Nobody seems to be in any kind of bad manners. Back on the track now, number 6, Aces Wired. Who is a nice-looking son of Bettor's Delight in here. Call sign Maverick on the outside continues to be the favorite. Starting gate is now in the backstretch and heading towards the starting spot to line them up. So we should be heading to the gate here momentarily. Out of town coming up in a couple of minutes or so. Pepsi North America Cup champion odds on Mr. Mamba in a Sire Stakes event, using that as a prep into next weekend's Meadowlands Pace eliminations in New Jersey. 1-9 on the board. He is in race number 10 at Hoosier Park. We've got race number 7. We've already had 3 2-year-old races. Another one to come your way here in just a couple of moments. A group of 8 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers are now called to the gate by the starter. It's post time. Seventh race, field of rookie pacing colts and geldings are all lined up. Here they come. And a pretty good looking start. And away they go. They're off in pacing. And down the center, Aces Wired and Yankee Scout are going to leave out of there together. Now in behind that pair, C-Script put into the early mix here by Mark McDonald, with Call Sign Maverick outside parked in 4th. From the rail is the Swooper 5th. Behind that one to the opening turn, the Good Moment. Next to last is Never Again, and early trailer Global Choice. Aces Wired and Jameson line them up early in front of Yankee Scout, second to clear C-Script. 27-4 opening quarter. Call Sign Maverick, the odds-on favorite, is 4th right now, about 6 off of the early lead. And then it's the Swooper, following that one 5th. Back in 6th, the Good Moment. Next to last, 7th, Never Again, trailing 8th, Global Choice. No movement yet. Single file are the rookies with 3/8 complete. And Aces Wired leads at 12-1. Yankee Scout rides the pocket. C-Script 3rd. Call Sign Maverick 4th. Then the Swooper. And the Swooper may be looking to get started up with the Good Moment to the outside, inside for Never Again, and trailing Global Choice. Half was 58-3. Aces Wired leads. Here's Call Sign Maverick out of 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and coming right after Aces Wired here as they go to 5/8. And just as he was going, it looks like a speed break there for Call Sign Maverick. He had jumped it off and self-destructs, and he'll plummet to the back. So Aces Wired still leads. The Swooper now up to 2nd on the outside. In behind the leader is Yankee Scout. Angling off of the pylons comes C-Script. 127-4 to 3/4. Aces Wired here outside the Swooper, up the inside, Yankee Scout, and continuing with a wide rally is C-Script here for Mark McDonald. He calls on him to pace up. Here comes C-Script after the Swooper, and Yankee Scout inside. C-Script or the Swooper. C-Script, the Swooper, C-Script. It's C-Script up over the Swooper, and 3rd to Yankee Scout in 155. 7-1-5-6 unofficial. Seventh race, winner number 7, C-Script. Coming back in front of us now, the 2-year-old bay colt by Sports Riders out of the Captain Treacherous Dam, Shark Hanover. Greg McNair, McKinley and Fielding, M&S Racing Stable Incorporated, along with Dr. Chris Robson own. Greg McNair also trains Mark McDonald, the winning driver. C-Script kicks off his career with an up-in-time score of 155 flat. Race 7 payouts number 7 C-Script 1780, 1050, and 790. Second 1 the Swooper 775.90. Third 5 Yankee Scout 370. $2 McNair Exacta 116.20. The dollar try 188.25. Dollar Super 810.55. 70.90 for the $2 double. Dollar pick 3 pays 55.10. 2200 plus live in the pick 5. 29.45 carries on in the pick 6. rookie pacing Colts and Geldings are all lined up. Here they come. And a pretty good looking start. And away they go. They're off in pacing. And down the center, Aces Wired and Yankee Scout are going to leave out of there together. Now in behind that pair, C-Script put into the early mix here by Mark McDonald with call sign Maverick outside, parked in fourth. From the rail is the Swooper fifth. Behind that one to the opening turn, the Good Moment. Next to last is Never Again, and early trailer, Global Choice. Aces Wired and Jameson line them up early in front of Yankee Scout, second to clear of C-Script. 27-4 opening quarter. Call sign Maverick, the odds-on favorite, is fourth right now, about 6 off of the early lead. And then it's the Swooper, following that one fifth. Back in sixth, the Good Moment. Next to last, seventh, Never Again, trailing eighth, Global Choice. No movement yet. Single file are the rookies with 3/8 complete. And Aces Wired leads at 12-1. Yankee Scout rides the pocket. C-Script third. Call sign Maverick fourth. Then the Swooper. And the Swooper may be looking to get started up with the Good Moment to the outside, inside for Never Again, and trailing Global Choice. Half was 58-3. Aces Wired leads. Here's call sign Maverick out of fourth, third, second, and coming right after Aces Wired here as they go to 5/8. And just as he was going, it looks like a speed break there for call sign Maverick. He had jumped it off and self-destructs, and he'll plummet to the back. So Aces Wired still leads. The Swooper now up to second on the outside. In behind the leader is Yankee Scout. Angling off of the pylons comes C-Script. 127 3/4. Aces Wired here outside the Swooper, up the inside. Yankee Scout, and continuing with a wide rally is C-Script here for Mark McDonald. He calls on him to pace up. Here comes C-Script after the Swooper, and Yankee Scout inside. C-Script or the Swooper. C-Script, the Swooper, the Swooper, C-Script. It's C-Script up over the Swooper. And third to Yankee Scout in 155. Race 7, finish order from the top. 2, 7, 5, 6, 3, 4, 1, and 8 on the bottom. Up next, race number 8, starting the late pick 4. Number 1, Wicked Pace, blind to blinkers. And 5, Faded Fire, also blind to blinkers. Post time is in 11 minutes. Eighth race Pacers on parade. Number one's Wicked Pace. Jody Jamieson drives. Paul Cameron trains and owns with Jamie Cameron and Arnold's Horse Shack. My Tide, the 2, driven by Mark McDonald. Ben Hollingsworth trains and owns with Cheryl Neulander and Michael Goldberg. Travis Cullen driving number 3, Sensationalized. Jody Cullen trains and owns with Ron Cullen, A1 Stable, and Don McRae. The 4 Can't See Me. James McDonald in the seat. Sean Stacy for Hudson Standard Stable Incorporated. The 5 Faded Fire, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is sent out by Pam Forgy for Mindy Finley Repco. Number 6, Holsbrook Olympia. Bob McClure drives for trainer Vern Cochran. Edward Gork is the owner. Awesome Hill, the 7, driven by Louis Bois, trained by Chantel Mitchell for Mitchell DiCenzo. And number 8, Chelsea's Choice, driven by Trevor Henry, is trained by Ricky Montgomery for Chelsea Hughes. It's your field for race 8 to start tonight's late pick 4 in 6 minutes.
It is late pick 4 time on this Friday night from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Before we get to this late pick 4 and this opening leg, quick out-of-town update for those who didn't happen to catch it. Odds on Mr. Mamba, the Pepsi North America Cup champion, back in action tonight at Hoosier Park, and a stunning defeat for Odds on Mr. Mamba, who was sent off as the 1-9 choice in that Indiana Sire Stakes event on an off track tonight. Maybe just not quite his A game, and finished 3rd. And he was very close to being 2nd, but was knocked off tonight in Indiana. So an upset there, just ahead of his next expected engagement, which will be the Meadowlands Pace eliminations next weekend. Of course, his Canadian counterpart, Canadian champion Beau Jangles, back in action tomorrow night right here in another Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Division. And of course, we got the 3-year-old filly Pacers coming up next here tonight. But before that, we are going to focus in here on race number 8. Again, it starts the late pick 4, and this is my all-in play of the night, Sensationalize. Not sure what to make of the body language. Seen her just acting a little bit, acting up a little bit. Hopefully just playing around. But she's got a bit of a presence on the track, no question about that. The Better's Delight mare, a new recruit into the Jody Cullen stable. And after qualifying pretty well, has turned in 2 really impressive efforts. The most recent from off the pace in 51, the way she did it leaves you thinking that she's destined for bigger and better things, but finds a good spot in this pop-up series event for her 3rd North American start, and I think she has the look of a good one. Not shocked at all to see her at 3-5, and I think she is clearly the horse to try and knock off in that spot. So I'd be keying in on her. I did in my late pick 5 ticket, and I think a lot of people will be banking on that to get their late pick 4 started here as well. Underneath, though, you could go in a lot of different directions. I've given this mare, Faded Fire, some consideration in here. She'll get a bridle change tonight. Goes from blinkers to a blind bridle. Got kind of a confidence-building win again at Grand River, 2 back on the 10th, and came back 9 days later and was a really solid 3rd-place finisher here behind Sensationalized in that most recent try. And wasn't that far off the impressive winner, so I give her top 2, top 3 consideration in here. Wicked Pace, a filly who last year, disappointing, she could never find the winner's circle, but the bank account was still okay, 174,000 plus. Nice to see her get a couple of recent wins. They went to Flamborough Downs on the half miler to get her confidence back up. 2 straight wins there, and then followed up and was very good against Sensational Eyes in that last start. She did the road work from post 8 and, had every excuse to tie her, but she hung in and showed a lot of determination late. So, if there's one that could step up and upend the favorite, Wicked Pace certainly has to be one of them. I think it's her or Faded Fire if anyone's going to knock off the favorite in this spot, but I don't expect that to happen. We shall see. Good luck with your selections. 8th race, moving up to the gate, start of the late pick 4.
Lining up for tonight's 8th race as we kick off our late pick 4. More than 23,000 in the pool and continuing to climb. 4 to 5 on the 3 Sensational Eyes. Second start here in North America, able to get a win last time, and eyes a repeat in leg 2 of this pop-up series action. Eighth race field, lined up, picking up speed to the start. Here they come. Perfect looking start, and away they go. Off and pacing. And driving out of there from the center, Faded Fire. Awesome Hill from the outside. Put into play here by Juan from the rail, Wicked Pace. Outside of that one, Sensational Eyes. Salzbrook Olympia gets a spot in 5th in front of My Tide. Next to last is Can't See Me, early trailer, Chelsea's Choice. Faded Fire and Thiessen on the engine here with Awesome Hill in the 2-hole. Wicked Pace is 3rd and on the move. Opening quarter, 27 flat. Sensational Eyes, odds-on favorite, 4th right now in front of Salzbrook Olympia, 5th. 2 more lengths, it's My Tide. Still next to last, Can't See Me and Chelsea's Choice trails. Here comes Wicked Pace, rushing up on the outside to go past Faded Fire. Wicked Pace looking to clear. Faded Fire will release. Awesome Hill now 3rd. Sensational Eyes still on hold from 4th as they hit the midway point now. They're in 55 and 4. It's Wicked Pace in front of Faded Fire and Awesome Hill, Sensational Eyes, and then Salzbrook Olympia. My Tide starting up from the back in front of Can't See Me and Chelsea's Choice. Wicked Pace and Jameson. A length in front of Faded Fire is 2.5 clear of Awesome Hill. So Cullen's got to go now with Sensational Eyes. First up out of 4th, takes over 3rd, about 3.5 away from the lead. So Thiessen's moving again out of the pocket with Faded Fire to challenge Wicked Pace. 123 and 1 3/4. And it's Wicked Pace turning for home with a short lead. Faded Fire on the outside. Now tipping wide of that one, Sensational Eyes. Along the inside, Awesome Hill. Behind horses, Salzbrook Olympia. Faded Fire working her way to the lead. Now Sensational Eyes. She's got to try to fend off. Here's Sensational Eyes getting to Faded Fire late, and Sensational Eyes will get up for the repeat. It's Sensational Eyes over Faded Fire. Salzbrook Olympia appeared to come through late for 3rd in 150 and 3. 3, 5, 6, 7 unofficial. Number 3, Sensationalize. Coming back in front of us now. Back-to-back to start this pop-up series. Sensationalize, a 5-year-old bay mare by Bettor's Delight of the Christian Cullen Dam. Localize, owned and trained by Jody Cullen, co-owned by Ron Cullen, A1 Stable and Don McRae. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. It's the double for Travis and Jody here tonight. 150-3 for Sensationalize. 10th career score. It's a new lifetime best. She's now 4 for 12 overall this year. Number 3, Sensationalize, returns 320, 210, 210. Second, number 5, Faded Fire, $363. Third, number 6, Allsbrook Olympia, $570. $2 Exacta, $930. The Dollar Tribe paid $23.15. $1 Superfecta, $152.10. $2 Double, $39.50. Dollar Pick 3, $48.75. 37,000 plus wagered in the late pick 4. More than 23,000 of live money moves on. Just under 1,500 live in the pick 5, and 1,690 is still live in the pick 6, heading to the final leg. Picking up speed to the start. Here they come. Perfect looking start, and away they go. Off and pacing. And driving out of there from the center, Faded Fire. Awesome Hill from the outside. Put into play here by Juan from the rail, Wicked Pace. Outside of that one, Sensationalized. Salzbrook Olympia gets a spot in 5th in front of My Tide. Next to last is Can't See Me, early trailer, Chelsea's Choice. Faded Fire and Thiessen on the engine here with Awesome Hill in the 2-hole. Wicked Pace is 3rd and on the move. Opening quarter, 27 flat. Sensationalize, odds-on favorite, 4th right now in front of Salzbrook Olympia, 5th. 2 more lengths, it's My Tide. Still next to last, Can't See Me and Chelsea's Choice trails. Here comes Wicked Pace. Rushing up on the outside to go past Faded Fire. Wicked Pace looking to clear. Faded Fire will release. Awesome Hill now 3rd. Sensationalized still on hold from 4th as they hit the midway point now. They're in 55 and 4. It's Wicked Pace in front of Faded Fire and Awesome Hill. Sensationalized and then Salzbrook Olympia. My Tide starting up from the back in front of Can't See Me and Chelsea's Choice. Wicked Pace and Jameson. A length in front of Faded Fire is 2.5 clear of Awesome Hill. So Cullen's got to go now with Sensationalized. First up out of 4th, takes over 3rd. About 3.5 away from the lead. So Thiessen's moving again out of the pocket with Faded Fire to challenge Wicked Pace. 123 and 1 3/4. And it's Wicked Pace turning for home with a short lead. Faded Fire on the outside. Now tipping wide of that one, Sensationalized. Along the inside, Awesome Hill. Behind horses, Salzbrook Olympia. Faded Fire working her way to the lead. Now Sensationalized. She's got to try to fend off. Here's Sensationalized getting to Faded Fire late, and Sensationalized will get up for the repeat. It's Sensationalized over Faded Fire. Salzbrook Olympia appeared to come through late for 3rd in 150 and 3. Race 8 finish order. Reads from the top, 5, 7, 1, 6, 2, 3, 4, and 8 on the bottom. We're headed to race 9 next. It's our feature, $140,000 Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg 2 for the Thrill Pacing fillies. No show wagering available, no changes other than that. Post time in 13 minutes. Three-year-old pacing fillies for the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold on Parade. Number 1 is Dream Fair Diamond. Travis Cullen drives. Jason Libby training for John Lamers. Number 2, PNG Shadow. Mark McDonald the bike. Dr. Ian Moore trains and owns with RG McGroup Limited and Serge Savard. Here's 3, A Clean Deal. Doug McNair in the bike. Kyle Fellows trains. Yolanda Fellows, Blair Kirby, Windermere Stable, and James Ross are the owners. Tyler Borth, driver of 4, TH Check Me Out. Blake McIntosh trains and owns with Ozzie McKay, Gilles Landry, and James Januzzi. Pownell Bay Bobby 5, driven by James McDonald, ascended by Kyle Fellows for Yolanda Fellows, Erna, and Blair Corbeil. Number 6, Dea, driven by Jody Jamieson, Jack Darling for Jack Darling Stables Limited. The 7, She's a Bulldog. In the bike, Bob McClure, Scott McEnany for Brad Grant. Number 8, Lavender Sealster. Louis Hua between the wheels. Dr. Ian Moore trains for Lavender Sealster Stable. And starting on the outside is number 9, Jen Tilley. Trevor Henry will drive. Scott McEnany trains for Burke Racing Stable. Frank Baldacchino, Weaver Buscemi, and Larry Carr. That's your field for the 9th race. OSS Gold Fillies. Again, no show wagering. Post time in 6 minutes.
$140,000 on the line here, race number 9, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Series. Second leg for 3-year-old filly pacers. Many of these most recently competing in this year's Fan Hanover, a Grand Circuit event that featured some real Bearcats in Lua Deepa, Be Perfect BG, and others. The post position gods were not kind to many of these in that final as well, including this last, A Clean Deal. She was saddled with post 10. As you would anticipate, there was just no way to try and get involved in the early mix at that level of competition. It would likely have been a nightmare scenario. So forced to race from the back, and she did everything she could do, her own back half, in an amazing 53-1. Unfortunately, not enough to get any money in there, but back in against her Ontario sired counterparts. Much better post to work with, a shorter field here tonight, and a clean deal. I don't think that's going to do anything to diminish her in terms of her standing and in terms of her mindset either. She passed a couple of horses. She was really pacing hard on the end of the mile in the Fan Hanover. So I expect her to be right back to the Clean Deal, who was dominating heading in to this year's Fan Hanover. There's one of her arch rivals here in the provincial program, Dea, another $500,000 winner. She, much like A Clean Deal, had little chance with a tough post draw and a slow start in the Fan Hanover final, but was really strong on the end of it as well in that one. 26-3 her own last quarter. She stayed toward the inside. Really wasn't beat up at all in that race. So I'm expecting a real nice showdown between these two great fillies here tonight. They are certainly, the two favorites, deservedly so, on the board, and I'm expecting a marquee matchup here tonight. Having said that, if that happens, there are a lot of other really nice fillies here that could step up and threaten them. Third place horse that I've got picked here is Pownell Bay Bobby, one of a couple of Century Pharaoh fillies in the field. She's proven that she can compete with these. She's struggled to get her first win of the season this year. Last time out against older rivals, she made another great account of herself, charted in 50-3 and finishing second at odds of 15-1. She was 18-1 in her Fan Hanover Elim, finished fourth, was just on the fringes of qualifying for the final of that, and she was a pace setter in the lone gold leg back on May 23rd here on the good track, and it's kind of a tiring track, and she did the road work and finished fourth, and again wasn't beaten that badly. So just comes down to the right trip scenario for her. She's got James McDonald, and I think a good post to work with. She'll leave in between A Clean Deal and Dea, and just kind of see how things develop. There's another really top pacing filly. She's a bulldog. She's also a career winner of more than $500,000. She was 5th in that same race last out with Pownell Bay Bobby. Came from quite a ways back and really showed good speed on the end of it. She was good in her Fan Hanover Elim too. She unfortunately came up against a Luadipa and finished a very respectable 5th, charted in 150. So, there's just so much talent and depth in this particular field. We obviously get focused on A Clean Deal. Not much separates them in terms of speed. A Clean Deal just seems to have that other intangible, that will to win, and when it gets into a real dogfight in that last, half quarter mile, she seems to be able to find that other gear to dig deep, and where others maybe just aren't quite as deep as her when it gets into this division. But on the right night, many of these would be capable of stepping up and taking down the lion's share of the purse. This is going to be a good one. Again, $140,000 on the line. A Dea and A Clean Deal, and the first gold leg back on May 23rd. They drew away from each other. They were both victorious. Again, both had tough posts in the Fan Hanover final, so they renew acquaintances tonight and are certainly the talk of the tote board. Best fillies in the province set to go here. Ontario Sire Stakes Gold on the line. Chad Rosema standing by with the call.
Thanks, Greg. Group of 9 just about ready to line up here. Everybody looking just fine out there tonight. A Clean Deal. As Greg touched on, really tough draw in the final of the Fan Hanover. She'll be back to battle Grand Circuit types, I'm sure, in the near future. But back to a place she's thrived at, and that's the provincial program here in Ontario. Inside draw for her. Dea looks like $1 million out there. She's at 2-1. Good draw too. She's a bulldog. Nominators are 3 overnight her latest, but a solid back half. Sneaky good in there. She's getting some support too tonight at now 4-1. They're lining up behind the gate. It's post time for race number 9. Field for the 9th race, all lined up. Now at the top of the stretch, here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off in pacing in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Jen Tilley called on to leave out of there from the 9-hole. Now sprinting down the center, Pownell Bay Bobby along with TH Check Me Out and A Clean Deal. Pushing through on the inside here for McNair. So wide into the opening turn they go. It's Pownell Bay Bobby to cross over. Here driving on is Jen Tilley at 60-1. Jen Tilley will now lead the charge to the opening quarter. She's there in 25-4. They blitzed it. In second, Pownell Bay Bobby. A Clean Deal follows next. Third. As they head into the backstretch, A Clean Deal's on the move now. TH Check Me Out fourth. Dea fifth. And PNG Shadow, she's a bulldog. Dream Fair Diamond and Lavender Sealster at the back. Here comes A Clean Deal and McNair up on the outside to look to take over the lead from Jen Tilley. She'll be released, and A Clean Deal, the 6-5 race favorite, is to the front and to the half in 54-3. Jen Tilley a length back second. Pownell Bay Bobby third. TH Check Me Out is fourth. First up out of fifth. Here comes Dea, and her pedal gets pushed here by Jamieson. She's accelerating quickly here as they go to 5-8. So A Clean Deal set to have company. It's Dea, fellow 6-5 shot. Jen Tilley still right there to the thick of things and behind the leader. PNG Shadow a second over. Fourth to the inside is Pownell Bay Bobby. She's a bulldog to the outer flow. TH Check Me Out, Lavender Sealster, and Dream Fair Diamond. 122 and 3 3/4. A Clean Deal leads. Dea on the outside needs to find more. Jen Tilley called on to pick it up from the inside, looking for a way through Pownell Bay Bobby. She's trying to come to the outside, now dives to the inside. She's a bulldog, starts to rally from the back, but A Clean Deal is on top a couple. And A Clean Deal back to her winning ways in the OSS. It's A Clean Deal over Dea, Pownell Bay Bobby, and she's a bulldog in 149-3. 3-6-5-7 unofficial. Returning to the Windback Farm Winner's Circle, capturing leg 2 of the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. It's number 3, A Clean Deal. 2 for 2 in the golds this year is the 3-year-old Bay Filly by Calawash out of the Western Ideal Dam Ideal Taker. Windback Farm winning breeder, winning owners Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbier Windermere Stable, and James Ross. Kyle Fellows with his second of the night. Doug McNair with his third. A Clean Deal, 4 for 6 this year. 10th career score. It's a lifetime best, 149-3. A Clean Deal in the OSS Gold. And 3, A Clean Deal, pays $4.40 and $2.50. Second was 6, Dea, $2.30. Third, 5, Poundal Bay Bobby. $2 Exacta, $7.90. Dollar Try, $8.65. $1 Super, $34.95. $2 Double, $5.30. Dollar Pick 3, $35.90. Pick 6 paid out here as well. Dollar Return we'll have in a moment. There it is, $629.20. Live money in the Pick 4, more than 11,000, and 705.03 live in the Pick 5. We'll head back down to the Windback Farm Winner's Circle as Greg Blanchard set to catch up with winning driver Doug McNair.
Thank you, Chad. Yes, A Clean Deal. After, a tough trip in the Fan Hanover, tough post, really, to bounce back tonight. Were you fully confident that she'd be right back in just what she was?
Yeah, I was hoping so. Like you said about the Fan Hanover, she had the 10 hole in the final, and I didn't drive her very good in the limb. I kind of stretched the favorite out, and ended up the winner of the Fan final. I stretched her out a little too far, and he ended up going big 3/4 and just sucked the wind out of us. It's a bad drive on my part, but she sometimes she makes up for it. And tonight she was just bionic. We kind of rolled out there 25, and she kept going.
I was just going to ask you that. When you were coming out of there, you had the bit right in her mouth. You like you were looking around, and you could have left everybody out there if you wanted. And then when I saw the quarter ring up that fast, that's a special filly you can do that with.
Yeah, that's what makes her so good. You can start and stop her. A lot of fillies, you start them up like that, you won't get them stopped. But she just started. I want to get away in the top 3, and that was kind of my idea, obviously, when I looked at the program. But things change, and there was one from the outside who was kind of leaving pretty hard. But it took a few of them a little while till they took back the 8th ball.
And then Dea took a big shot at you in the third quarter, but it looked like you had no anxious moments.
No, she was back to herself tonight. She kind of paced away a little bit down by the wire. I said to the fellows there, I said I got one plug come out and the other one didn't, but she paced through the lane real strong.
Finally, we don't know when it'll be. Maybe won't be till the fall. But are you kind of anxious to get another shot at the Grand Circuit type somewhere along the line?
Well, it'd be nice to race her up here a little bit more this summer, keep her confidence back up, and hopefully the bigger mares, they beat each other up a little bit more, and we get a shot at her at the end of the year.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks, Rick.
Doug McNair, a clean deal. Canadian champion filly back to her winning ways.
Field for the 9th race, all lined up. Now at the top of the stretch, here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off in pacing in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Jen Tilley called on to leave out of there from the 9-hole. Now sprinting down the center, Pownal Bay Bobby along with TH Check Me Out and a clean deal. Pushing through on the inside here for McNair. So wide into the opening turn they go. It's Pownal Bay Bobby to cross over. Here driving on is Jen Tilley at 60-1. Jen Tilley will now lead the charge to the opening quarter. She's there in 25-4. They blitzed it. In second, Pownal Bay Bobby. A clean deal follows next. Third. As they head into the backstretch, a clean deal's on the move now. TH Check Me Out fourth, Day of fifth, and PNG Shadow, she's a bulldog. Dream Fair Diamond and Lavender Sealster at the back. Here comes a clean deal and McNair up on the outside to look to take over the lead from Jen Tilley. She'll be released and a clean deal. The 6-5 race favorite is to the front and to the half in 54-3. Jen Tilley a length back second. Pownal Bay Bobby third. TH Check Me Out is fourth. First up out of fifth. Here comes Dea, and her pedal gets pushed here by Jamieson. She's accelerating quickly here as they go to 5-8. So a clean deal set to have company. It's Dea, fellow 6-5 shot. Jen Tilley still right there into the thick of things and behind the leader. PNG Shadow a second over. Fourth to the inside is Pownal Bay Bobby. She's a bulldog to the outer flow. TH Check Me Out, Lavender Sealster, and Dream Fair Diamond. 122 3 3/4. A clean deal leads. Day on the outside needs to find more. Jen Tilley called on to pick it up from the inside. Looking for a way through Pownal Bay Bobby. She's trying to come to the outside. Now dives to the inside. She's a bulldog. Starts to rally from the back. But a clean deal is on top a couple. And a clean deal back to her winning ways in the OSS. It's a clean deal over Dea, Pownal Bay Bobby. And she's a bulldog in 149-3. Here's where they all finished in race 9 from the top. It's 9-7-1, 6-3-2, 4-5, 8 on the bottom. Coming up next is race 10, number 8 Swift Talker. Make the driver Bob McClure. Post time in 10 minutes. Number 1, Redland Bethany Jean leads parade for race 10 with Travis Henry driving. Tyler Moore trains for Redland Farms. The 2 Yoda Queen, driven by James McDonald, trained by Julie Walker for Jamie Doig. Number 3, Justine Ray gets Louis Waugh at the controls. Francis Guillemette for Michelle Etandra. Number 4, Coal Creek Aspero. Scott Young drives. Daniel Walker trains for Coal Creek Standardbred. Jody Jamieson will pilot the 5, Lady Terra. Zach Carroll trains for Karen Carroll. Number 6, Stag Royal, driven by Tyler Borth, is owned and trained by Ken Skinner. Doug McNair driving 7, lane side in control. Mary Brother for Neville Bainbridge. And Bob McClure now aboard number 8, Swift Talker. John Pentland trains for Hut Racing Stable. That's your field for the 10th race. We kick off our late double next, post time in 6 minutes.
It is late double time here at Woodbine Mohawk Park on this Friday night program. 2 more to go. Race number 10 again starts the late double. 6-5 favorite, the 7 lane side in control, looking to give Doug McNair his 4th winner on the card. But here's the one that I'm going to use on top, Lady Terra, who I think is coming back to her top form. It's been a while. She's kind of had in and out results this year. Hasn't been quite as consistently good as she was last season. But again, I think hinting at some better efforts. She raced in London a couple of times in May, including the Forest City Pace, facing the top older mares in the sport there. Tough start from an outside post that night, but really raced well. And then has followed up with 2 good starts since then. I like seeing that, and back on a regular rotation now as well. That last start, she was a beaten favorite, but she raced really well, and the winner came up strong that night. Kind of one that jumped up with a better than expected effort, winning in 50-3. Lady Terra getting loose late between horses and was a really solid second. 54-3 back half speed. So she just has to duplicate that. I think if she can come back to that race tonight, she'll be the horse to beat in here. Jody Jamieson back on board tonight for Zach Carroll, the trainer. I'm also using number 2 Yoda Queen as a top 3 consideration in here. She is another one that hasn't been as good this season. That's kind of the MO of a lot of the ones in here. This is a top quality mare. She owns a career mark of 50-2, and last year able to find the winner's circle 6 times, just 2 for 11 so far this year. It's been a little bit of a spotty season for her, but another one now that's going to make the 3rd start on a more regular rotation. She was a really aggressively handled but solid 2nd place finisher last time to lane side in control. Gets to leave inside that rival tonight, and 7-2, I think a really fair price on her. Next to her, Justine Ray is one that we haven't seen much of here on the big track. Did show up here and finish 6th last time against Sensationalize and Wicked Pace, Faded Fire and the like, and we know what we saw from them earlier this evening. Only 4 lengths off of those. Individually, her back half in 54-2. Nothing wrong with the effort. Expect her to be up a little bit closer to the pace this week, and that really could be the key point to look at here. And getting a look again there at Yoda Queen, fired up looking Yoda Queen. Boy, she looks full of herself tonight. Going to be interesting to see how that will translate into the race. We'll go outside to number 8, Swift Talker, another one I've used as a top 4 consideration here. Again, similar MO. She just hasn't been as productive this season, but at times has shown some of that talent, and has been knocking at the door in some of those recent starts. She's been right there and close, I expect her to get some money in here, and just a little bit of racing luck, and you never know. 15 to 1. It's a big price, understandably so, from the outside post, but could sneak in there somewhere on the ticket and beef up the exotic. So the one that I've overlooked here, and probably at my peril, is Laneside in Control. And I really like seeing when a horse hasn't been at the top of their game, has been struggling a little bit, they go to another venue, get that confidence building win, and come right back here and follow up with the best effort we've seen on the big track from her in quite some time. And there's a high probability here that she could give driver Doug McNair his fourth winner on the card. Good looking tilt though coming up here, and good luck if you are playing the late double. It's your last chance to move in and wager as we get set to turn it up once again to chat.
All right, Greg, ready to roll here for race 10 as we wind down on our Friday program. Late double set to kick off here. Group of 8. Second division, round 2 of the pop-up series. We saw Sensationalize a couple races back. Repeat her winning effort. Laneside in Control will try to follow suit. 4 to 5 right down. Heavily favored to do just that. A couple of 7 or 2 shots. The next closest to her, and Yoda Queen and Lady Terra. And then Justine Ray with some mild supported 5 to 1. It's post time for the 10th race. Tenth race field, the hands of the starter. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing. And sprinting out of there is Stag Royal. Stag Royal crosses right on over to the pylons to lead in front of us here with Laneside in Control. Driving up on the outside second and driving on wide. McClure with Swift Talker. Swift Talker aggressively handled here tonight and pointed after the lead. Stag Royal now in the pocket in front of Laneside in Control, who took a seat in third. Opening quarter reached in 26 and 3. Justine Ray away fourth. In front of Lady Terra, the fifth one. Back in sixth is Yoda Queen. Seventh, Redland Bethany Jean. Trailing eighth, Coal Creek Sparrow. And there goes the cue from McNair on Laneside in Control. Pedal pushed, and here she comes up on the outside after leader Swift Talker. So Laneside in Control, sweeping up and by. Swift Talker second, Stag Royal third, Justine Ray fourth. Still fifth for Lady Terra as they go down to the half in 55 and 2. Yoda Queen tracking her sixth. Next to last in seventh, Redland Bethany Jean, and Cold Creek Sparrow still trails eighth. Laneside in Control, a length and a half in front of Swift Talker at 5'8". Stag Royal next. Here on the move at a fifth is Lady Terra. She takes over fourth. To the inside, Justine Ray. Yoda Queen swings to the outside to catch up to some cover. Then Redland Bethany Jean and another couple to Coal Creek Sparrow. Laneside in Control to 3/4 and 123 and 3. She comes off of this final turn with a lead of a length. Swift Talker back out of the pocket. Lady Terra wide. Down to the inside is Stag Royal. They're coming after Laneside in Control. The 1-2 favorite trying to hold on. Still a length and a half in front. Swift Talker all out in second. Trying to get to the wheel. Lines coming up. And it's Laneside in Control still there with Swift Talker now to the wheel. Laneside in Control gives McNair his fourth. She holds on. Long shot, Swift Talker second. Justine Ray came through late for third. 151 and 2. Laneside in Control in the 10th. 7-8-3-5 unofficial. Three in a row for 7 Laneside in Control. She captures the 10th. Back in front of us now is the 5-year-old Baymare by Control the Moment. Out of the Hopping High Dam, Laneside Lexus. It's a winning homebred for owner Neville Bainbridge. Murray Brother trains Doug McNair with the hot hands tonight. That's his 4th. Laneside in Control, now 4 for 14 this year. Career score number 12 for latest in 151 and 2. Race 10 official. Here are the payouts. 7 Laneside in Control, $3, $240, Second 8, Swift Talker, $12.60 and $5.50. Third number 3, Justine Ray, $3.80. $36.80 for the $2 Exacta. $1 try pays $79.20. Superfecta, $261.85. $2 double pays $9.70. $3.80 for the $1 pick 3. And a $1 late pick 5, $169.80. Just under 5,400 still live in the pick 4, and that will wrap up in the closing leg, race 11. Coming up next. Tenth race field. The hands of the starter. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing. And sprinting out of there is Stag Royal. Stag Royal crosses right on over to the pylons to lead in front of us here with Laneside in Control. Driving up on the outside second and driving on wide. McClure with Swift Talker. Swift Talker aggressively handled here tonight and pointed after the lead. Stag Royal now in the pocket in front of Laneside in Control, who took a seat in third. Opening quarter reached in 26 and 3. Justine Ray away fourth. In front of Lady Terra, the fifth one. Back in sixth is Yoda Queen. Seventh, Redland Bethany Jean. Trailing eighth, Coal Creek Aspero. And there goes the cue from McNair on Laneside in Control. Pedal pushed, and here she comes up on the outside after leader Swift Talker. So Laneside in Control, sweeping up and by. Swift Talker second, Stag Royal third, Justine Ray fourth. Still fifth for Lady Terra as they go down to the half in 55-2. Yoda Queen tracking her sixth. Next to last in seventh, Redland Bethany Jean, and Cold Creek Aspero still trails eighth. Lane side in control, a length and a half in front of Swift Talker at 5'8". Stag Royal next. Here on the move at a fifth is Lady Terra. She takes over fourth. To the inside, Justine Ray. Yoda Queen swings to the outside to catch up to some cover. Then Redland Bethany Jean and another couple to Cold Creek Aspero. Lane side in control to 3/4 and 123-3. She comes off of this final turn with a lead of a length. Swift Talker back out of the pocket. Lady Terra wide. Down to the inside is Stag Royal. They're coming after lane side in control. The 1-2 favorite trying to hold on. Still a length and a half in front. Swift Talker all out in second. Trying to get to the wheel. Line's coming up. And it's lane side in control still there with Swift Talker now to the wheel. Lane side in control gives McNair's fourth. She holds on. Long shot, Swift Talker second. Justine Ray came through late for third. 151-2. Lane side in control in the 10th. Here's how they all finished in tonight's 10th race. From the top, it's 6, 7, 3, 8, 4, 5, 1, and 2 on the bottom. Race 11, our finale up next. Jackpot High Five carryover, more than $48,000. Number 8, Control Your Bet. Scratch sick. Post time in 14 minutes.
And we'll welcome you back inside the studio here as we get set to wrap up the Friday night program from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Really entertaining 11 race program so far tonight. 10 races completed, one more to go, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage here this evening. 2-year-olds, a lot of 2-year-olds on display, many of them making their pari-mutuel debuts tonight. I go back to the first race, Grand Manalishi, one that had a single qualifier, and hopes were high coming into tonight, and he did not disappoint. He looked very good, winning his career debut in 56-3 for the Dustin Jones stable. Go-Go Gadget, Colt Pacer, son of Betting Line, who had gone 2 for 2 in baby race action. He was electric tonight, winning in 52-3 for Jonathan Drury. So just some of the highlights from the 2-year-olds we saw earlier. Of course, the main event, though, tonight was that OSS Gold Division. And 3-year-old Philly Pacers put on a good show. A clean deal. The Canadian champion back to her winning ways tonight after a tough trip in the Fan Hanover. And for driver Doug McNair, kind of a bumpy start to the night for him. He had some misfortune in the first couple of races, but then things really came together for him. 4 winners on the program, including a clean deal, and came right back with lane side in control back there in race number 10. So we've got one more to go. Don't forget, tomorrow night, big program here right at the same time. And we'll see Bojangles making his return to the racetrack after his Pepsi North America Cup outing. where he was third in both the elimination and the final. His first career defeats, and he'll look to bounce back and get back to his winning ways, hoping to do what a Clean Deal did earlier tonight. We can tell you again that the Pepsi North America Cup winner from this year, odds on Mr. Mamba, he raced tonight in Indiana. He was upset, and the first time he has tasted defeat since his very first career start, and that came on an off track tonight. So the intrigue in the 3-year-old pacing colt division continues as we look ahead, of course, to Meadowlands Pace eliminations next weekend. So you'll get a chance to watch Bojangles and many others competing here tomorrow night. Again, the same start time. Hope to see you then. Enjoy the rest of your night. Good luck here in the finale. And Chad Rosema will have the post parade for the upcoming 11th in a few moments.
Field for race 11 on parade number 1. Adina Hanover. Scott Young drives for trainer Sean Stacy and owner Nickway Farms. Sean Stacy also sending out number 2 Monte Amore for Hudson Standard Stable Incorporated with J.R. Plon in the bike. James McDonald drives 3 on Fleek. Caroline Nielsen trains and owns with Vincent Nicolucci. The 4 Chicanery. Trevor Henry at the line. Jacques Dupont for Acre CSL. Number 5, Cankleberry. Tyler Jones drives. Dustin Jones trains for Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Dean Lockhart and Jeffrey Rook. Number 6, Westland Hanover. Tyler Borth in the sulky. Meg Crone trains for Robert Woodburn and Kian Hahn. Kissed by a Stranger, the 7. Travis Henry in tow. Matt Dupuis for Joe Muskokeman. 8 is Scratch. Number 9, Playdate. With Daryl Thiessen driving, is trained by Gary Murner for a numbered company Alberta Incorporated, Jeffrey Stewart and Doug Dunbar. That's your field for the 11th race to close things out on a Friday night. Jackpot High Five available to play. Post time in 6 minutes. Starter now calls the field to the gate for race 11. A group of 8. Fillies and Mares taking up their positions behind the gate in the center. Heavy favorite 5, Cackleberry. Just missed in her latest. Left well from the outside. Had positioning but stuck in traffic until it was too late when she found a seam and came charging through and just missed in that contest. 3-1 on 3 on Fleek. Fast closer in her latest. From the 9-hole, she's coming out of the same race as Cackleberry. Both have better draws to work from, and 7-1 right now the offering on 7, Kissed by a Stranger. It's post time for the 11th race. Field picks up speed at the start, and away they go. They're off in pacing in the Friday night finale. And leaving out of there, down the center, Cackleberry, along with Kissed by a Stranger. Then on Fleek, Monte Amore. Outside 5th, that's Westland Hanover. Along the pylon 6th, the Dina Hanover. 2 in front of Chicanery. And early trailer after the gap start, it's Playdate. Kissed by a Stranger, put on the lead here by Travis Henry in front of the heavy favorite Cackleberry, who's in the pocket, but looks like she's starting to edge out, and here she comes for Jones. Cackleberry doesn't want to get caught in. She's out to the front here after a 26 flat opening quarter. Cackleberry now leads. Kissed by a Stranger in the pocket. On Fleek 3rd, Montemori 4th. 5th is Wesleyan Hanover in front of Adina Hanover. Further back, Chicanery still trailing Playdate. Group of 8 single file chasing the odds-on favorite Cackleberry to the midway point. She leads a length and a half. In front of Kissed by a Stranger, second on Fleek. Pacing 3rd, Montemori 4th, half and 56-1. And then it's Wesleyan Hanover, Adina Hanover. Last pair, Chicanery and Playdate. Cackleberry the leader. Kissed by a Stranger second. McDonald on the move with On Fleek out of 3rd. She takes over second and sets her sights on the favorite here heading to the final turn. So Cackleberry with company. She'll be called on to pick it up. On the outside, On Fleek a half length away. Kissed by a Stranger to the inside. Monte Amore to the outside, second over. 125 to 3/4. Cackleberry leads. On Fleek trying to get to her. She's a length and a half behind now as Cackleberry lets it out a bit. She's sprinting hard on top here. It's Cackleberry now 2 clear of On Fleek. Kissed by a Stranger, Monte Amore in the center. Westland Hanover, Cackleberry. Good to go here tonight. She had smooth sailing, and Cackleberry gives Team Jones bookend wins on the Friday program. On Fleek second, Montemori 3rd. Looked like Westland Hanover up for 4th, 151-4. It's Cackleberry. Five, 3, 2, 6, 7 unofficial. Winner of race 11, number 5, Cackleberry, returns in front of us. Bay filly, 3 years old by Cattle Wash, is out of the Jeremy's Jet Dam, Mets and Jets. Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Dina Lockhart and Jeffrey Hook, the winning owners. Dustin Jones trains. Tyler Jones is the winning driver. That's the double for this team here tonight. Cackleberry with her first of the year in 5 tries. Second career score, 151-4, new lifetime best. Race 11 payouts. Winner number 5, Cackleberry, $290, $210, $210. Second number 3, On Fleek, $360, $270. Third number 2, Monteamori, $510. $2 Exacta, $760. The dollar try, $17.65. $1 Super, $79.10. $1 Jackpot High Five pays $194.30. Carry over to Saturday, $55,632.23. $2 Late Double, $660. $1 Pick 3 and Pick 4 returns. $8.55 and $9.25. That does it for Friday harness action. Thanks for being with us, everybody. We're back tomorrow, a busy Saturday night, and the return of Bojangles to the Ontario Sire Stakes program. First post 6:30, pregame show at 5:45. Hopefully you can join us then. Enjoy what's left of your Friday. Good night, everybody. Field picks up speed at the start, and away they go. They're off in pacing in the Friday night finale. And leaving out of there, down the center, Cackleberry, along with Kiss by a Stranger, then On Fleek and Monteamori. Outside 5th, that's Westland Hanover. Along the pylon 6th, the Dina Hanover. 2 in front of Chicanery. And early trailer after the gap start, it's Playdate. Kiss by a Stranger, put on the lead here by Travis Henry in front of the heavy favorite Cackleberry, who's in the pocket, but looks like she's starting to edge out, and here she comes for Jones. Cackleberry doesn't want to get caught in. She's out to the front here after a 26 flat opening quarter. Cackleberry now leads. Kiss by a Stranger in the pocket. On Fleek 3rd, Monteamori 4th. 5th is Wesleyan Hanover in front of Adina Hanover. Further back, Chicanery still trailing Playdate. Group of 8 single file, chasing the odds-on favorite Cackleberry to the midway point. She leads a length and a half. In front of Kissed by a Stranger, second on Fleek. Pacing third, Montemori, fourth, half and 56-1. And then it's Wesleyan Hanover, Adina Hanover. Last pair, Chicanery and Playdate. Cackleberry, the leader. Kissed by a Stranger, second. McDonald on the move with On Fleek at a third. She takes over second and sets her sights on the favorite here heading to the final turn. So Cackleberry with company. She'll be called on to pick it up. On the outside, On Fleek a half length away. Kissed by a Stranger to the inside. Montemori to the outside, second over. 125 to 3/4. Cackleberry leads. On Fleek trying to get to her. She's a length and a half behind now as Cackleberry lets it out a bit. She's sprinting hard on top here. It's Cackleberry. Now two clear of On Fleek. Kissed by a Stranger, Montemori in the center. Wesleyan Hanover, Cackleberry. Good to go here tonight. She had smooth sailing, and Cackleberry gives Team Jones bookend wins on the Friday program. On Fleek second, Montemori third. Looked like Wesleyan Hanover up for fourth, 151-4. It's Cackleberry.
To a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.